Hello everybody, and thank you for 30,000 subscribers. Yep, that is a significant number, I guess. I mean, I didn't really do anything to celebrate 10,000 or 20,000, mostly because we kind of blasted through that. But fortunately, we have kind of plateaued a little bit, but after reaching 30,000, so I figured we might have a little bit of a break until 40. It's kind of looking like that, but you know, the important thing is we reached 30, so I figured let's do something to celebrate it. Also, 30's kind of like a third of the way towards 100,000, so there we go. I'll probably do one for 70k, and then next one's going to be 100. So to celebrate this, I thought we would just do a Q&A, which is very easy for me, which is good, because at the time you're watching this, I will be in Canada or Florida, one or the other, somewhere that ends in DA, and that's because of a thing that's happening. Doesn't really matter, but I will be away, so I'm doing this because it's easier. So I offered for you guys to be able to ask me any questions you wanted about any issue, and I'm going to be responding to all of those in this video, trying to do it reasonably quickly. Let's jump in. By the way, these are in no particular order, even though I'm sure at some point it will become clear that there is a certain order I should have done, because a lot of them are about very similar subjects, but whatever. These are just in the order that I found them on YouTube, and I believe I have found every single question that was asked specifically when I made this, request for people to ask me any questions they'd like to know the answer to. I would love to know your journey from atheism to Christianity. Okay, so this is something which I'm actually going to be covering this coming Christmas. It's a sort of tradition for me to talk about religious issues at Christmas, and the video I'm going to do is 5 reasons I'm not an atheist. I did used to be an atheist. With that said, I'm not really going to provide the reasons so much, but I think I'm going to describe the kind of narrative in response to this question. Bear in mind, this will therefore sound less compelling than if I was presenting the rational reasons. The very nature of me responding about a journey kind of implies talking about a much more emotional experience. So with that said, just 2 points. First of all, I studied religion in general, and in doing so, I found out that most religions are obviously nonsense. And Christianity, whatever else you can say about it, it's not anything like as obviously nonsense. And that immediately, obviously I had to actually study the other religions first, but that was quite quickly impressed upon me. And at that point I started thinking, well, maybe the fact that this one religion stands out as way more credible. And by the way, I recently saw a clip of Alex O'Connor, who is of course an atheist and a very respectable atheist in terms of the stuff he says. And he basically said, well, I think if there is a true religion, it would very likely be some version of Christianity. So I think it's actually quite reasonable, based on Alex O'Connor being a very well-learned atheist. And of course, most of the atheists who will say, oh, all religions are the same, actually, whatever criticisms you make of Islam could apply to Christianity just well, like as if they know that. These would tend to be the atheists who have not thought issues through very quickly. They don't know very much. Whereas Alex O'Connor knows a lot about the Bible, enough to be able to criticize it quite convincingly. But also, it seems, by dint of having learned a lot about religion, he has come to the conclusion that Christianity is easily the most credible religion, if any is. And that is basically my position that I would agree with. I am actually going to close this door because I think it's maybe a slight echo. Essentially, I need to take I got a rug in to reduce echo, which, I don't know, hopefully that has made a difference. I also need to slightly fill out the bookcase behind me, which will absorb more sound waves. I can't imagine this would be... It still feels a little bit echoey compared to how it used to be. I mean, it's not as bad as it was in the first video I ever recorded here, which I believe was a Patreon bonus video. Check out my Patreon or YouTube memberships, by the way. Was so echoey. But yeah, I'm closing that because obviously that opens up to another room, which, I don't know, maybe it makes sound escape, but I kind of think not, because essentially the other room opens up to is the bathroom. So there we go. That's closed. And the other thing, and I guess I'm really just laundering my arguments with Alex O'Connor here, because another thing that he said is that he thinks one of the most difficult questions for atheists to engage with is the issue of consciousness. And, there's this idea called like the hard problem of consciousness, which is essentially how is it that we go from material and chemical interactions to the wealth of human conscious experience. And that's like a difficult issue. And for me, essentially, the other aspect of it psychologically, beyond just being incredibly impressed by how much Christianity stands out as so much more credible than every other religion there is the issue of consciousness. And essentially, before I became a Christian, and I actually remember, immediately before becoming a Christian, I was leaning into solipsism. Now, if you don't know what solipsism is, it's basically the belief that your own consciousness is the only thing that exists in the universe. And I think the reason for that is because I just couldn't buy this idea that conscious experience is just something that emerges from the material world. That just does not make any sense to me at all. And I think anyone, if they're being honest with themselves, would have to agree with that. But essentially, therefore, because I didn't believe in God, I thought, well, I guess my consciousness must have produced the natural world, and the natural world only exists insofar as I am interacting with it consciously. It does not make sense to me that the material world produces consciousness. And therefore, when I actually became a Christian, I was already inclined towards that in that, let's say, I choked a bit, a theist. I was already inclined towards that because I was already beginning to recognize how little sense it makes to say that the material world gives rise to consciousness rather than the inverse. And of course, essentially the difference is I now do not believe that my consciousness is the thing that has created the universe. I believe that there is a consciousness above mine, if you can imagine such a thing, that has done so. So I guess that's basically the answer. I mean, in terms of also touching on the experience of it, because I was kind of focusing a bit on the reasons. It was actually, I'm kind of surprised that I did just decide to go to a church. I basically just, cycled out, went to an evangelical church, was there. The pastor there was, took an interest in me, which is not in any way sinister. Essentially, he just, was like, oh, who are you? And we spoke, and he basically invited me around to his house to have kind of a one-on-one Bible study where, I was really able to learn a lot from that. But that's an incredibly common thing. If you're a new person to Christianity and you show up at a church, people will fawn over you. More cynical people would call it love bombing, but how are people supposed to react when they're from their perspective, Christianity is the best, greatest thing ever. So obviously, if you show up and you're like, oh, I'm actually thinking about this, they're going to show a lot of enthusiasm. But yeah, that's basically just the other aspect of it. Probably spent too long answering that question. This video is going to be 10 hours long. Can you give a summary on your views on feminism, not just the parts related to the trans issue, but more broadly on the movement and feminist theories? And then related question, what do you think is the future of feminism? So my opinion on feminism, I think, so essentially I'll just provide my main stance on it as it was, which was essentially I started with the premise that assuming that there is a natural difference between men and women is wrong. And therefore I was like, well, obviously the fact that men and women are very different in terms of where they're at in society, that can't just be down to chance. There's something in maths called the law of large numbers that precludes that. And therefore it must be to do with something systemic. And that is essentially, the position that I would say, well, that gets me to feminism, right? If there's a systemic reason why men and women are at different positions in society, then obviously that's not really fair if we would say that, men generally have positions of more power, more wealth, stuff like that. Essentially, now my position has become much more issue to issue. So, for example, I think that the fact that women still do a lot of unpaid domestic labor in the home is stupid. I just think that's a bad system because I don't think that it's fair that people work for free. The way it's set up is essentially that men are implicitly entitled to women's free labor. That's not okay in my view. But the thing is, I say that, obviously that's not the way things work in our marriage, where I do a lot of the cooking. I do a lot of the cleaning and stuff like that. So with that said, I kind of feel like, I don't know, the idea of, I think we're at a point now where feminism as a campaign for systemic change has the issue that as its success grows, there's going to be way too many people for whom it's not relevant, right? Like, I don't think feminism is relevant to my marriage because just the issues they have don't really apply, and therefore the solutions they would offer to those issues are of no value. I think that we should continue to aspire to a situation, like, I still think basically that there are systemic issues where women are held back in certain areas or have negative ideas impressed upon them that would cause them to, basically not be the best they can be, if you like. And that is something that needs to be addressed. Having said that, I would also say that there are men's issues that need to be addressed. And I'm not even saying things like, yeah, it literally is the stuff like male role models and things like that, that, men need to have a sense of purpose, and the things that matter to men, like having a good job and stuff like that, needs to be secure for them. And, I do think it's not surprising that there's a lot of frustration among young men in our society. But really, the broader point there is I think that actually we're reaching a point where the main thing that matters is much more about class. And if you are a working class woman or a working class man, focusing on the class issues and wealth inequality is far more worth doing than trying to redress a gender or sex imbalance between you. As for the future of feminism, I think that it is. I don't really see it actually having. I don't know. Like, I guess, see, people talk about us being in the fourth wave now. That's always a bit weird because they think, well, what was the third wave then? Like, what did that achieve? I think generally speaking, I guess the idea is that the third wave was the kind of 90s feminism of like woo-woo, where like the Spice Girls were feminists, because so essentially like third wave feminism has, I guess, retroactively come to be considered the girl power, girl boss feminism of the 90s and 2000s. And then the fourth wave was kind of with Me Too, I guess. But then it's kind of, that's the problem with, like, whenever you talk about a fourth wave, then you've got to say, well, what has it done then? I feel like it's one of those things where you can only really say that you've, like, what something is retroactive or retrospectively. So I guess that's a pretty, significant thing to say when you're asking me about the future of it. And I'm saying, well, you can only really say how it is retrospectively. Like, even as feminism is now, I don't really know what you could say. Like, I don't know whether people 10, 20, 30 years from now will look back and be like, oh, yes, the great fourth wave of feminism was all about for example, overturning of Roe v. Wade. That would make sense, but that's not obvious to me right now. Or, of course, maybe people would say that the fourth wave of feminism was all about being gender critical. That could be the case, but then we'd have to see how it turns out. Maybe actually, touch wood, but like in a bad way, maybe the trans identity will continue to have a stranglehold on feminism, at least for a few more decades, in which case the fourth wave of feminism might be defined by pushing back against the gender criticals or whatever else. So it's almost impossible to say like how people will look at it in hindsight. It's kind of a bit how like people look at the 80s as this period of feminist backlash because of Ronald Reagan and stuff like that. But at the same time, I also associate the 80s as a period of where like radical feminism was really strong. And that's when you had like Andrea Dworkin and Catherine McKinnon first really coming out and being like, yeah, we're going to do this like feminist movement, get radical, blah, blah, blah. So it's really difficult to define the movement, both in the sense of you have to be aware of what moment you're in as it's happening, which we're very bad at. And that's why I genuinely think like that even people who've been in quite significant moments in history, probably not. I think in the world wars, they were kind of aware of this being a significant moment. But I sometimes think like with the Great Depression, I wonder, actually, will people look at how sustained the period of economic rubbishness is right now in the Great Recession that we're currently living in, and they'll say, oh, that must have been so tough growing up then. And I'm like, well, it wasn't great, but it wasn't like hell on earth. And if you were to ask me about my experiences, I wouldn't be like, oh, it was totally defined by the Great Recession. I'd be like, no, it was defined by all sorts of more personal issues. And sometimes I think, like, we always have this idea, personally, like, I feel like this is an idea I'm inclined towards, that during the Great Depression, every single person was lining up to, like, on the bread lines and stuff like that. Whereas there probably were loads of people who are just like, check in the paper, it's been a bit of a slump. Like, you only hear about the worst of it. So yeah, I think in general it's very difficult to understand ideas historically, very difficult to understand how a time that you're currently in will be viewed historically retrospectively, I keep saying retrospectively, and therefore, as for speculating about the future, no, I'm not going to be able to say anything in that regard, I'm afraid. Anything could happen. Maybe it would be more global, like maybe that could be a defining thing. You'd have to see what happens with, like, Afghanistan and stuff like that. So this is from, I should have taken a note of who the comments are from, because sometimes it's relevant. And in this case, I just happened to remember, and I was like, I should take a note of who this is from, and I forgot. But I have remembered who it is. I forgot to take a note though. So this comment is actually given by BasedIfTrue. I'm still alive in your basement, right? Could you please feed me a little more regularly? Yeah, so BasedIfTrue and I have a plan to do some kind of collab. If you don't know, BasedIfTrue, a little bit more to the right than me, but focuses on kind of cringe subreddits. And I was, so essentially the question was posed to me by, what's the opposite to yours? The aforementioned, there we go. Hey, are there any subreddits you'd be interested in? I was like, I love the idea of looking at witches versus patriarchy, because obviously I think just the idea of calling yourself a witch is pretty cringe. And then they're also very pro-trans, so I think that could be I think they're very upset about the fact that obviously a lot of them love Harry Potter because, witches, and, J.K. Rowling. Like, a lot of wokies loved Harry Potter until they didn't. So I was like, this could be entertaining. But then it turned out that BasedIfTrue, which is the channel name, has done a whole load of content on that already. Like, I think at least 4 episodes. So I think we do have a plan, actually, as to what we're going to do, but I've just not... Basically, it's... in my experience, arranging collabs is always difficult, but the comment here indicates that the real issue here is that BasedIfTrue is tied up in my basement, and that is surprisingly not conducive to a collab. So I will work to rectify that and expect to see that soon. Get hyped for it. Okay, what is your quest? What is your favorite color? What is someone's gender? So this is a joke question, if you aren't aware. A joke question. This is a reference to oh god, I'm such a boring person. Do you ever just realize as you're answering questions, just I'm just so tiring with I'm just not very charismatic. I should just give up. I think I'm okay. I think I'm much better suited to sitting down and talking about theory issues and being trans identities. And I feel like every single time I'm just in a casual capacity, I realize that I'm just deeply boring because, I'm not very good at being casual. So with that said, this is a joke question. This is funny. And it's a reference to, Monty Python and the Holy Grail, a movie which I recently said I don't find very funny. And I don't. For the record, I will answer this question seriously though. Well, except for what is someone's gender, because that's silly. But I guess, so the joke would be, I think that I give an answer that indicates I don't really know, and then I get knocked off a cliff, as I believe how it works in the film. But yeah, what is my quest? That's a good question. I think that it's pretty obvious my quest is to oppose trans ideology. I think, and also I suppose I should say, in light of the initial the first question we did, I think possibly, dare I say, to incline some hearts towards Christianity, at least plant some seeds in that regard when people say, oi, this guy seems like he's not a complete blithering idiot. how did he come to believe Christianity is true? And a lot of them would just say, oh, I see, he's just an idiot and he's selectively incredibly stupid on this particular issue, and that's why he thinks that. But some other people might be like, actually, maybe I should look into this a bit more. And who knows? So I think that could also be my quest to win people to Christ. But opposing trans ideology is, I think, a perfectly fine quest. And I feel like you could say, technically speaking, like if I was to say, oh, my quest is to like win people to the Lord, well, that should really be every Christian's quest, which means it's not really a quest, right? If it's just, to do something that loads of other people are doing. A quest implies something that you're doing. And I would say that, I'm certainly not anything like close enough to being the best at making people be Christian, but I think I'm pretty good at making people realize the issues of trans ideology. So yeah, I think that's much more of a standout quest. I was wondering how you feel about media which is inspired by Christianity / the Bible, for example, The Prince of Egypt. Anything about the portrayal of Christianity in media which bothers or amuses you? Questions aside, thanks as always for your hard work. Love your videos. Thank you so much for that. So yes, good question. I had a recent thought about this, which is there's an episode of The Simpsons where they become Catholic, and the reason why Homer becomes Catholic is because he's enamored with the sacrament of confession. And he's like, oh wow, you mean I can just like confess my sins and be forgiven if you like absolve me? So that's why he becomes a Catholic. Because he's like, oh, then I can have my... But the problem with that, as you might already be thinking yourself if you have any knowledge of like kind of the different denominational differences, is that Protestantism, broadly defined, teaches that we're saved by faith alone, apart from works, and therefore you don't actually need to do any sacrament to be forgiven. You're kind of just forgiven automatically in Protestantism, and there are like Protestant lights tend to be a bit more finagly around that issue. They're the kind of people who say, well, yeah, but if you are living constantly in sin, then you may find that the grace of God departs from you. Like essentially, like to have their cake and eat it, as a lot of kind of lukewarm positions end up doing. But if you're a hardcore evangelical like myself, you would just say, no, we're saved by faith apart from works, and therefore there's no amount of sin that could cause us to be separated from the love of God, and therefore it makes no sense that Homer would be specifically drawn to Catholicism with the idea of, that way I can be forgiven of my sins really easily, because of all the all of the denominations of nominal Christianity, Catholicism is the one that probably has the most convoluted process for being forgiven of your sins, and the greatest risk that you might die in a state of mortal sin, and as such your salvation could be in jeopardy. So, that's always seemed like a very standout bizarre moment from a piece of media about Christianity that just lives in my head rent free. Mostly because it's the exact opposite of how it should be. Another one that stands out because I recently made a YouTube short on my religion channel complaining about this is the Passion of Christ. The Last Temptation of Christ. So the thing about Last Temptation of Christ is kind of a mixed bag. There's one thing I hate about it and one thing I kind of like. What I hate about it is the Judas apologia. I hate this idea that Judas was actually a secretly good guy, because it's missing the whole point of the Bible, which is that evil people do evil things for evil reasons, but God still uses that for good. And it just doesn't work if Judas was actually a good guy all along, and the plan was for this thing to happen in the that was what God actively wanted, which is not kind of how I view it. I would say that God doesn't want human evil, he just uses it to ultimately bring about a better situation, despite the intents of evil. The thing that I do like about The Last Temptation of Christ is I personally have a much more human view of Christ. Christ was obviously 100% human and 100% divine, and in that sense I wouldn't say I have I don't strictly have a more human view, because technically every single person would say, how human was Christ? He was 100%. But obviously, we're kind of kidding ourselves as if when we act as if the divinity and the humanity are not in any way in tension with each other. For example, I do believe that Jesus Christ lacked a lot of knowledge in the incarnation, for the simple reason of, you look at the fact he wasn't born able to talk. he had to learn to talk. I think he had to grow. I mean, the Bible literally says he grew in wisdom. I don't know if it might say he grew in knowledge and wisdom. I'm not entirely sure if I'm remembering that correctly. But the point is, he seemed like that would be a very human thing, as opposed to God, who didn't need to learn anything. He already knew everything. It seems like Jesus Christ, in the human incarnation, actually needed to learn about stuff and find out information for himself. And in that regard, of course, one reason why I think it makes sense to understand Jesus Christ as very human is that it makes the sacrifice he did on the cross much more powerful. And my memory is, I haven't seen The Last Temptation of Christ in a while, but my memory is that it specifically kind of focuses on the idea that the titular last temptation is the temptation not to die on the cross. And the fact that he could have chosen to live a human life of, not doing this act of atonement, and he chose to die on the cross anyway. So yeah, I think that's very compelling to me, and I would be willing to buy into that. I always believe that kind of a little bit like Superman, Jesus Christ initially didn't realize exactly who he was. And I think that he even went to the cross with an incomplete confidence in the fact that he's God. I don't think that Jesus Christ knew 100%, I'm just going to die and then I'll rise from the dead because I'm God. No, I think that that him going to the cross was as challenging as it would be for me, save for the fact that he had so much more faith and loyalty and love than I do. So all of the negatives that would be why I would not want to be executed on the cross for my faith would be what if I'm wrong? This is going to hurt. I'm afraid to die. All of those human things. I think Jesus Christ had all of those. And that's why I do appreciate that The Last Temptation of Christ shows all of that. But, obviously it has some other issues. You mentioned The Prince of Egypt. I watched that on an aeroplane, and my memory is I didn't love it. I just thought it was fine. Let's see. I'm going to guess I gave it a 7, but maybe I gave it a 6. We're going to find out the hard way, aren't we? Okay, so this is on my IMDb. Okay, I gave it a 7, but I probably gave it a low 7, I would guess. Just because while it's okay, it's, it's one of those movies where you kind of watch it it's actually a bit of a bare bones movie in terms of telling a story. It's always very interesting to me when people adapt stories from the Bible, even though any given story from the Bible is going to be actually incredibly sparse in terms of substance, often taking up just a fraction of a chapter, a fraction of a book of the Bible. They still get expanded into these stories that are often 4 hours. I mean, obviously the what's it called? The 10 Commandments, that story about Exodus, that is 4 hours long. That's wow, I really went for it. Considering you can actually just hold the pages that make up that story, and it's not that thick at all. Overall, I suppose the one thing I should say is that I've never seen, to my knowledge, any piece of Christian media that properly communicates the gospel. I've never seen anything that basically shows that the way you get saved is by putting your faith entirely in Jesus Christ, who died for all your sins, and in having put your faith in him, you can now never lose that salvation. That is something which you don't really see, which kind of further convinces me that it's actually correct, because it's not the kind of thing, whatever the truth is, you wouldn't expect Hollywood to be pushing it. The only other thing I should say, very famous Christian movie, is The Passion of the Christ. I think that is kind of a good movie, in that it's I respect it on an artistic level, that it's just fully committed to showing how, intense it was. There are some aspects of it which, there's one thing, I don't buy this idea that Jesus is, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm just going to say this right now. The scourging of Jesus Christ is presented as this incredibly brutal thing where they were sticking bits of metal and flesh was being torn off. And the reason why I don't buy that is because if you actually read the biblical account, Pontius Pilate was very reluctant to punish Jesus Christ because he knew that Jesus Christ hadn't done anything wrong. So he was I'll send him over to be scourged, My assumption is he was just whipped a few times with a cane. Whereas, of course, what you have in the Passion of Christ is this, like, I think it's called like a cat of nine tails. And it has like bits of metal and like screws stuck into it and old bits of glass and flint. And they're like whipping him and it's like tearing chunks off his flesh. And like, that doesn't sound like the kind of thing that you would do if your intention is essentially to just appease the Jews. Right, like if your goal is just to be like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll punish him in some way. No, that sounds like something you would do if you were being like willfully being incredibly brutal to him. So I think it's much more likely that the scourging in particular is often over dramatized. You know, I'm not saying it would have been pleasant, but, you know, it would have been like, this would have been kind of the typical, and like obviously there are places nowadays where whipping is a punishment for certain things, and you know, even in the Western world, it was a punishment for a while for things like, I think, like adultery and stuff like that. You know, someone would be taken out and they'd just be whacked with a stick a few times, be like, yep, that's it, that's the physical punishment. That's kind of what I imagine it was, like something that people go through often. Of course, the real horror would be crucifixion. Anyway, but the other thing I don't like about it is I think it can often get like very overdramatic in a way which I feel like is just not appropriate. Like there's a few moments where you kind of like, they have it be like really slow motion and it's like just zooms onto his face like, ugh! And it's kind of like, I don't know, it feels like too cheesy. And the one thing I don't think you should be doing if you're going to show, you know, that kind of thing happening is making it all like cheesy and overdramatic. Especially if you're talking about, and again, you know, I think most people agree that whether Jesus Christ was God or not, he was like a real person who experienced that punishment. Like, and even if you didn't think that for some reason, we do know that there were people who were scourged and crucified. So considering that's like a real thing that happened to people, I know it just seems a bit weird to be like, oh, look at this slow motion, look at how intense it is, look at how dramatic. It's kind of, I don't know. What caused you to become a Christian? Also, what denomination are you and why? Okay, so I'm going to ignore the first question for obvious reasons. Lots of Christian stuff, isn't there? Okay. What denomination am I? I am Baptist, an evangelical Baptist. There's lots of reasons why. I mean, the simplest reason would just be that it is true, that it is the theology that is consistent with the Bible. It's the only theology that even particularly approaches being consistent with the Bible. But the other thing I would say is that there is a tendency for people to be, how can I put this, up their own arse intellectually on a lot of matters. And you get people like Redeemed Zuma who, you know, when they want to prove a doctrine, they'll tell you all about these theologians and these church fathers, and they'll barely even appeal to the Bible. And to me, that's something which it strikes me as kind of vanity, as pomposity, to focus on, well, Cyril of Alexandria said in 450. Whereas, of course, I think that that there is a beauty in the humility of the fact that the Bible, you can basically just be a stupid moron and just like read it and like understand the basics, and that's really all you need to understand. And that would be an idea that's very consistent with like Baptist position. I think I already said I'm trying to get some of those. I got some more books in the house, but I haven't put them on the bookshelf yet. One of them is the entire Summa Theologica, which I got and I read some of. But then I think now I'm just thinking there's no way, I just don't care, right? Because who cares? I think it's just something that people read to make themselves feel smart. But yeah, so my position is that people kind of make jokes about like Pastor Jim's strip mall church, and I'm like, yeah, that is the right church to go down. And especially for me, I feel like it's valuable because I am, and like this is why it makes a lot of sense to me spiritually, personally, is that I am someone who instinctively has always wanted to kind of present as smart, has always wanted to understand ideas in a lot of detail. And I guess to some extent always, although this is an idea that obviously has kind of moved away as I've become more Christian, but on secular matters, wanted to have myself be thought of as someone who's really smart and stuff like that. And in that sense, you could imagine I would be this kind of person who's like, yes, I'm a Catholic because the Catechism of the, and like basically someone who just over intellectualizes stuff as a way to essentially avoid the obvious truth. But of course, in reality, actually, when you look at what I do with trans ideology, that is precisely what I'm pushing against. People who get obsessed with, I'm going to understand, I'm going to read Judith Butler, I'm going to, learn all of this complex queer theory. And the reality is that the kind of stupid high school dropout who just thinks, well, it's just men and women, male and female, they're right. And in the exact same sense, I think that they're right when they say, I just believe in Jesus and he's in my heart and he never goes away. That is the correct position. So yeah, for me, it's like very valuable to be able to kind of recognize there are more important things in the world than being smart, and sometimes the truth, even complicated and like, what's what I'm looking for? Like magnificent truths don't require extreme levels of intelligence and certainly don't require a massive commitment to academia. And I think that is something that is a truth of Baptist theology that is absolutely missing from Catholic, most mainline, most what's the other one? Calvinist and Reformed theology. Been binge watching your videos, there is something I've been wondering. I am curious about your stance on national culture, because there was something you mentioned in your political compass video about how public school should be cohesive and required for a shared national identity. I've never considered this before, and I would like you to touch on it more. Also, would love more religion videos on your other channel, please. Okay, yeah. Everyone cares about religion. There we go. That clearly is my quest. Yeah, so essentially, with the national culture thing, I am not someone who cares about racialism. I'm not someone who it particularly matters to me whether, I'm a bit of a Ben Shapiro in this regard. It doesn't particularly matter to me whether like the majority of people in the UK are white or black. It matters a little bit, which is whatever. That's a nuance which I'll save for another time. But for me, what matters more is what are people's cultural values. And I think a lot of that, like, it comes down to also just basic, objective fact, like things like the fact that a lot of people in the UK believe that like the UK started the slave trade when it's almost the exact opposite. The UK like had already abandoned the entire idea of slavery like 1,000 years ago, and they briefly had it again when they encountered other cultures that had that slavery system going on. But then of course we were the ones who abolished it. So I would say like that's one aspect to it. Understanding the objective facts that are why we should all be proud to be British. And, obviously my kind of stance, which I've laid out before in a video called Racism is Stupid, by the way, I believe is the title of the video, essentially saying, like, I believe as a patriot, anyone, wherever they are in the world, should be able to say to themselves, I wish I was British, because there is nothing more great in the world than being British. There is no country better in the world, no national identity to which one could more legitimately want to be associated with than that of Britain. And I think that's based. If you are like a Spanish person or a Malawi person or someone from Cambodia, and you've thought, I've investigated the objective facts of history, and what I found is there's one nation that just stands above all the others as a bastion of freedom and, human rights, democracy, commerce, power, art, science, industrialization, so many other things, and that is Britain. And therefore, I want to be British, not in that I am racialistically associated with it, but that I am intellectually capable of recognizing the objective positives of being a British person. And I say, well, you know what? Respect to you. So like that's kind of the aspect of it. I mean, the other thing is just I do think that the state should have more authority in terms of organizing celebrations and stuff like that. Like I think it's nonsense that people can buy their own fireworks. I just feel like, because isn't that like kind of pitiful? Like at the end of the day, the average person's not going to be able to buy that many. Whereas I think we should no one should be allowed to buy their own fireworks, but every single city council should just buy a whole load of fireworks for November 5th, bonfire night, and just have these massive fireworks displays and stuff like that. And that's just like a small example, but things that I think like the beauty of collectivism is we can come together around things that you just couldn't, like this thing cannot exist with individualism, right? You can't have these big, huge national celebrations as an individualist, because you're just going to have to like rely on the fact that every single person's on the same page. Whereas if you say, no, we are a country, we're a nation with a shared culture and a shared heritage, and therefore the point of the government of this nation state is to bring everyone together around these national celebrations and stuff like that, I think that has a lot of value. And I think that would fix, I think like if we committed to that, it would radiate out and fix so many other issues with like, antisocial behavior and stuff like that. If it was much more obvious to people that we are a nation and we all share something together. Would you consider reading entire books online? Your voice is so relaxing. Any book would do as long as it interests you. A chapter at a time would be fine. I think I would, perhaps. Somebody once mentioned like the idea that I should do freelance audio book reading. The problem with that is it's one of those things where I imagine like there's no passion in that. Like that's just something that people are doing for a grind that doesn't earn any money. And I imagine it's something that's now like totally corrupted with AI. So I can't imagine there's any logic to that in terms of like as a career, save for the possibility that people might be interested in me doing it on this channel. Like I think I'd have to be at a point where I was like, yeah, this is something where it would be a independent online success, if you get what I'm saying. So it's not as if I would just be like, yeah, I'm going to read audiobooks as like a freelancer on Fiverr or whatever, because I don't think that would be worth the money. But the idea of people saying, oh, yeah, we would love to have you just, I think that would be interesting. And certainly, I mean, if I was going to read anything, I think it would be the King James Bible, because there is no copyright on that. And yeah, why not? So I think essentially the answer is if I was going to do that in any regard, it would be for the King James Version Bible. And obviously I would do it on my religion channel. But as for reading other books, I mean, there would obviously be a copyright issue. So that's a limitation right there. I suppose the other thing I was going to say is that there are some trans ideology books which I would consider literally doing at some point, almost as a bit of a meme, an incredibly long video where I literally read every single word of the book on camera and respond to it as I go. Obviously, the issue there is that because I would be reading the entire book, it would be perhaps considered copyright infringement, even though technically speaking it would be fair use as I'd be responding. The issue is there might be long periods of time where I don't have anything to say in response, so whatever. Have you seen Ryan Beard's response to one of your videos? TBH, I've just seen it on his Patreon and recognize your profile pic from the thumbnail. I'm not willing to pay $3 for it, so I don't know, what did he debunk exactly, lol? Yeah, so essentially, even though it's kind of a weird situation, because on one hand I'm like, well, I don't want to pay $3 either. On the other hand, I'm a bit like, well, I do want people to support what I'm doing by giving $3. So I can't act as if it's, some horrendous thing to pay $3 or $3 to support someone's content. The issue is I don't want to support his content because I don't even know who this guy is. So I would literally be paying to watch this video. And then, of course, the fact is because it's something where, the only people who would have seen it are the people who are such massive, rabid fans of his content that they are willing to pay to support it. And therefore, those people are probably not going to be receptive to any response I say. And meanwhile, the people who would actually be seeing it on my end, the people who, are subscribed to my channel, are very unlikely to be supporters of his content such that they have seen that paywalled video themselves. My stance is that, if I'm going to do a video that I particularly want someone to see, I'm not going to paywall it, obviously. I do bonus paywall content, but that's for content. And indeed, I've actually then reworked some of that content for the main channel because I think it's a point worth people hearing about. With that said, one, I would hope if you're a subscriber of mine and you are not a patron of mine or a YouTube member, you are not giving to that guy, because come on, how can what he's doing possibly be worth more than what I'm doing? The other thing is, I mean, yeah, while obviously, you know, I could make a point of saying, see, giving $3 isn't that much of a big deal, pony up. At the same time, I kind of be defeating that by saying, hey, give me $3 so I can, then just throw that money down the drain, giving it to some other guy? It doesn't really make much sense. That's one reason why I don't actually give to people on Patreon or as a YouTube member myself. Even though sometimes I'm tempted to, I always think, I don't know, it feels kind of weird because it's sort of like negating, like the people who then give to me on Patreon or YouTube, I'm almost like negating what they're doing. Because I'm like, oh, give to me so then I can just give to someone else. So I'm always like, well, considering like I'm someone who's trying to make money from viewer contributions myself, I don't think it's appropriate for me to in turn be a viewer contributor to someone else. Oh, to answer your question, I haven't seen the video. What's your favorite music album? This is a very good question. I really like, just like off the top of my head, I really like the album Some Rap Songs by Earl Sweatshirt. I do like the original Cage the Elephant. Nirvana. Bleach. I think Bleach is a really good album. Okay, for some reason the camera's getting blurry. I also like that Soundgarden album, Down on the Upside. I think Eminem Marshall Mathers LP is pretty goated. I also like the Eminem Show. Let me think. What else? I actually really like By the Way by Red Hot Chili Peppers. Like, that is an album I can just listen to beginning to end. I really like, I think I'm going to get the name of the album right. I might be getting the preposition wrong. Under My Skin by Avril Lavigne, I think is a great album. I like, not really. I was going to say I like All the Right Reasons is it called All the Right Reasons by Nickelback? But I don't like that much. I think it's like one of those albums that starts really strong and then gets a bit crap. Is there like a way on Spotify you can just see like what your favorite albums are? I like what's it called? Is it Wizville by Ocean Wisdom? Let me check. I like that. I like the album Reverence by Faithless. Yeah, it is Wizville. Do 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 do. I also do quite like The Wall by Pink Floyd. I also quite like that one S Club 7. There was just a giant wasp outside my window. I like that one album by S Club 7 that has like all of the classics on it, like Don't Stop Moving to the Funky Funky Beat. That's a really good one. And I like that one Ludovico Einaudi album, Divinaya. But I think I'm gonna have to say that it's got to be one of it. Is it the first one I mentioned? I mean, I also like. It might just be like, I feel like I could just default to saying, well, it's probably the first one I mentioned, right? Like if I'm gonna say, like if you ask me what's my favorite album, and the first one I say is Some Rap Songs by Earl Sweatshirt, wait, hold on a minute. Like, literally, I've completely blanked on one of my favorite artists just now. Vince Staples. Probably Vince Staples. Oh, that one album that has... is the album called Lift Me Up? Am I like crazy? I think Lift Me Up is the first song on the album. Do, lift me up, lift me up. Summertime '06 is probably what I would go for, and that's by Vince Staples. I also I like every album by Vince Staples. That's why he is, in a pinch, probably my favorite artist, probably my favorite musical artist. Dark Times is great. Ramona Park broke my heart. I also like that one album by Anderson .Paak. Is it Ventura? I think it's Ventura. The one that starts with the song about a bird. Anyway, so with that said, probably what was his name? Probably Vince Staples' Summertime '06 is the answer. Probably. Oh, FM is really good too. Okay, whatever. Look, something by Vince Staples is my favorite album. Do you think the world is generally getting better or worse? What do you imagine it will be like 30 years from now? I think in a way we're kind of at a crossroads. My instinct is to say things are getting worse. Essentially, I do think a lot of it hangs in the balance. It's all about environmental sustainability, right? If we do not deal with our sustainability issues, then we're just going to have further soil degradation, worse crop yields. That means the price of crops is going to go up. The number of refugees leaving the tropics is going to increase because they're going to have way more unstable climates. We're going to have way more unstable climates. In the UK every now and then we still do get droughts that cause massive issues. I think that the fact that you can have just random out of nowhere cold snaps in the middle of April can completely screw up entire harvests. So I think that is a serious issue. Look, I'm not going to touch the questions of culture and people's social norms, let's say. I think, but just in terms of economics, I think that would be the biggest concern, essentially, that we are not perhaps sufficiently preparing ourselves for resource issues down the line. Having said that, the flip side is, if we do get a hang of it, then I think it will inevitably set us up better for the future. I don't know. Sometimes I think it feels like we've always just been treading water rather for all of human history. And there has to be a point where you can't just be treading water forever, right? Eventually you're either going to drown or you're going to, start swimming and making some progress. So it kind of hangs in a balance. But then I think it's always impressive. There used to be a time when I thought, essentially, I remember hearing someone say we're either paradise or oblivion, because of the nature of the climate. It means either we're going to go totally off the cliff because we don't solve the issue, or we're going to enter into some post-scarcity utopia because we do. And I think now I am growing increasingly confident in our ability to just deal with enough of the issue that it's still a bit of a problem, but we never quite go over the edge. I do think that whole, day after tomorrow, don't look up notion of the world being completely destroyed is just total nonsense. I think, my attitude there has always just been a stitch in time saves nine. And if we therefore put it off, it's just going to get harder and harder. I certainly have aspirations to try and make it into the upper echelons of society with a mind towards the fact we may be approaching a point where, if you are in the, if you're above a certain tax bracket, you will get to live in the nice gated community while all of the poorer plebeians who, let's be honest, probably voted for a lot of self-destructive policies themselves, so who gives a shit about them, will be forced to roam in the toxic wastelands. So I'm always looking out for number one, me. What is your home address, including the postal code, and what hours and days are you generally away from home? Something joke. I don't know. 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and usually I'm in Russia, selling America out to Putin. There we go. That's my politics. I did it. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck would? There's this joke in Family Guy where it's talking about being a woodchuck and how constraining it is, and the kid shows up and he's to his dad, he's "Hey Dad, I've decided I want to be a doctor," and and the dad's let's see, how many patients would a woodchuck doctor cure if a woodchuck doctor would cure patients? Does that sound right? And the kid's like, no, Dad. And he's like, next time you have a bright idea, maybe just think it through a bit. And that's kind of, that's my thoughts. I'm pretty new to the channel, and so far I've only seen you doing introspective monologues or critiques of others. Would you consider broadening out and doing more discussions and having guests on to chat about various issues? Maybe you already do that, and I already missed it. In terms of discussions, what I really want to do is have Blair White on to have a conversation essentially about like trying to work out the perfect compromise. Because obviously, in broad terms, I am a non-trans, trans-critical progressive, while Blair is a pro-trans, but trans-critical, or rather is a trans, never mind pro-trans. She is a trans-identifying, but trans-critical in some sense, conservative. And I feel like that kind of combination of beliefs, it would be really interesting to have a conversation and just like hash out what do we actually agree on? Where do we actually kind of stand on the, like, could we come up with a way of organizing the world that would make both of us happy? I think it's like an interesting idea. And that is something I've like been thinking about more. Like, what are the opportunities to actually, among like the non-crazy trans ideologues who recognize like, oh, you know, people have a right to disagree with us. You know, it's not about trying to compel everyone to use our pronouns and stuff like that. Where is the actual line in terms of how to organize society effectively? And, you know, in a way that just makes it better for everyone. What are some of your favorite movies and TV series? So movies is very easy because there are only 5 movies that I consider to be 10s out of 10s. So 10s out of 10s? 10 out of 10s, I guess. So let's see if I can just remember them. American Psycho. 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri. A Serious Man. Arrival. I'm drawing a blank. I'm gonna look up what the other one is. I'll have it on here. One thing I will say, and this might be, I considered Jurassic, it did occur to me that I also considered Jurassic Park to be a 10 out of 10. I think that is I think it is literally, easily, comfortably the best blockbuster of all time. Oh yeah, there is, okay, no, yeah. So yeah, sorry, there are 5. A Serious Man, 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri, Arrival, American Psycho, and Jurassic Park. So all those movies are 10 out of 10s. They are fantastic, life-changing. I could literally watch them an infinite number of times and just never get bored because they are just fantastic in every single way. I also have a movie called Diary of a Thug-Ass Black Dude. The reason I rated, that's on my IMDb page. The reason I rated that a 10 is because for some reason it was like randomly recommended to me as a movie. And I was like, that's such a funny title. Diary of a Thug-Ass Black Dude. So I was like, it would be really funny if I gave that a 10 out of 10. So I gave that a 10 out of 10, but I haven't actually seen the movie. Maybe at some point I should watch it. Maybe it is a 10 out of 10. As for TV shows, that is a much more difficult question because I have a strong opinion, which is that all TV shows are bad, because they always fail to, basically they always go on too long, and then they get cancelled too early and never end up finishing the plot. They are usually not very efficient in terms of how they are written. But having said that, I'm applying that to dramas. So I would say, and genuinely, it's shocking. Like I've watched so many great TV shows. I find them all to be very unimpressive. Peaky Blinders is awful. Like that's the one British one that stands out in my mind. What stands out about that is that it's just, first of all, it's so infantile. Like the characters are so lame in terms of how moralistic they are. The big thing that stood out to me is, you know, like, because I've watched like a lot of, you know, movies made by real countries like America, where like people actually behave, like there's actual stakes. And there's like this one moment in Peaky Blinders where I'm just going to say like someone gets wronged, essentially, betrayed. And I was like, okay, so they're going to kill that guy. But then like they don't kill him. And it's just like, I'm just like, that's like, I just can't take these characters seriously. Like then this is the way that like a child, like they're just like, I'm just going to give this guy a stern talking to. And then there's kind of the thing everyone's made fun of, which is that like, the Tommy Shelby or whatever his name is, he has to be woke. Like he's like this evil, violent criminal, but like the fact that a guy is racist in the 1930s is so offensive to him. It's just, yeah, it's infantile. That's the best word I can use to describe it. Sherlock, that's the other British show that everyone's kind of pointed out. That's that one obviously jumps the shark majorly. Utopia is a really great show, except for the fact that again it ends on a cliffhanger. It got cancelled too early, so it doesn't have a conclusion. I'd be like, oh yeah, Utopia is a really good show. But when you think about like when I recommended a film, I'm not recommending a film that literally doesn't even have an ending. Whereas a lot of good TV shows don't have it. Like people, like there are some people who still consider Game of Thrones to be a good TV show, but the ending is absolutely terrible. When I'm mentioning my favorite films, I'm not like having to offer a caveat of, oh, but it goes on too long, the ending's not very good, it doesn't even have closure. No, I mean, obviously you could say, for example, Three Billboards Outside. Well, a lot of my favorite films don't have closure, but the point is they don't have closure in a really interesting, well-constructed way. Speaking of closure, Sopranos is really good, but it doesn't need to be as long as it is. It just doesn't. Like, Sopranos is an interesting character study, but I was just like, I had absolutely, when I watched The Sopranos, I had no motivation once I'd finished one episode to watch the next one. I had to force my way all the way through the show because it is so boring. Like, nothing happens in the entire show. Like, literally, when you get to the very end of The Sopranos, when, like, you finally have the kind of, like, different crime families start fighting each other, I was like, I feel like this should have been the finale of season 1. Like, I feel like I've watched one season's worth of content in terms of stuff that's actually happened in 6 seasons of show. So I was like, yeah, that's just ridiculous. Breaking Bad, I firmly believe that the last 2 seasons, by which I mean like season 4 and 5 is kind of like 2 seasons at once, aren't that great. Like, I just think the show like massively loses its focus, loses its like emphasis. Essentially, yeah, all of this is just a way of saying I find almost universally serial drama. Oh, Succession. That's another one. I watched Succession. I thought it was pretty good. But by the end of it, I was just like, I do not care about these characters because I don't think they're actually that well drawn. I think they're way too inconsistent. And they're also just like, to me, they're so self-destructive that how can anyone sustain interest in them for 40 episodes? Like, the episode's like an hour long. That's 40 hours. That's an entire working week watching these characters who just are so self-destructive that they don't really have personalities. It's just, you're just like, oh, I'm just going to watch these people do the worst possible thing in every single situation, and then it's over. It's just like, what's the point in that? Anyway, with that said, the only, I think, valid answer to what are your favorite TV shows has to be comedy, because comedy actually does work with TV shows because they tend to be less serialized. With that said, Father Ted, IT Crowd, the UK version of The Office. I'm trying to think if there are any American comedies I especially enjoy. Oh, Malcolm in the Middle. Malcolm in the Middle is fantastic. In fact, if you were to ask me what is the best TV show of all time, probably Malcolm in the Middle. Obviously, I like Simpsons. I like, panel shows. Obviously, I think we have in the UK. Would I Lie to You? QI, that's already good. But yeah, long story short, Malcolm in the Middle. Oh, My Name is Earl is also really good. But yeah, Malcolm in the Middle is the go-to TV show. If there was like one show I had to watch, even though then I don't actually like the end of Malcolm in the Middle that much. I don't really like how Francis's character ends up. And I don't really like the whole Malcolm becoming president thing. But at least with that, it's not like the whole show is building up to the question of what Malcolm's going to be when he's older. So it's not as disappointing as with, for example, like Game of Thrones. Next. Would you ever make another video like the 5 reasons I'm not ... like 5 reasons I'm not a Hindu or something? Yes, as I already said, I'm planning on making so essentially my plan is 5 reasons I'm not a Catholic, coming at the end of this month. Then at Christmas, 5 Reasons I'm Not an Atheist. And then at that point, I'm going to slightly shift focus a bit to some other things. My plans for religious videos is my 5 big issues of Christianity, and that's one thing. I also want to do a video called addressing whether or not I'm theologically a liberal or a conservative. I want to do a video on easy believism and eternal security and why those are correct doctrines. And I guess that's like the... And then, so essentially at some point though, I do want to move on to the other more, in my view, slightly more obscure religious points of view. I mean, obviously Hinduism, lots of people are Hindu, but only in a very small pocket of the world. Hinduism, Buddhism. Again, I'll probably group... See, Buddhism is an extension of Hinduism. So I think I'll probably kind of group them together just as when I do the Catholic video, I'm not going to then do a separate video on Eastern Orthodoxy because I think theologically they are very similar. They just disagree on a few matters of church governance and filioque. When would you consider someone old or elderly? Interesting question. I mean, the thing is, it is a spectrum, right? You know, as all things are, male, female, it's not a binary, it's a spectrum. For me, I would say, I want to say like 55. I think 55 is when you could consider yourself old or elderly. Part of that is because, I mean, both my parents are very blessed. They were able to retire early. And that's just, you know, because they were like financially well off, just able to do that. So they both retired before 60. And therefore, like, for me, when they're like retirees, they're like, yeah, okay, they are elderly. Are they like decrepit? That's the thing. The nature of, because obviously I could say, well, is someone who is 56 as elderly as someone who is 90? Obviously not. But if I have to have one cutoff, I'm saying 56. I think by 56, that's when like I plan to start going into elderly mode. Like that's when I'm going to put a lot more focus on wearing comfortable shoes and there's like a book series that I kind of want to write in my, twilight years. And I think I'm going to commit to starting to write that when I'm in 55. 55 is also, I think, when people are likely to have kids flying the nest. Obviously, nowadays a lot of people are having kids around the age of 35. So your kids would then be turning 20 when you are 55. And that's kind of my plan. Like, I'd like to have got all my kids out of the way. Probably when I'm like 36 is my, like, that's on, like, if I haven't had my last kid when I'm 36, I'm like, I'm pushing it a bit. And with that said, obviously that would mean when I'm 55, my youngest kid would be 19. So off to university. So then I would be 55. My children are basically adults. Yeah, I'd say that makes me elderly. Favorite song, please. I Just Don't Give a F by Eminem. It has been that for the longest time. Like, basically, I just think like the rapping there is just so fun. There's a bit where he's like, I form like Voltron and blast you with my shoulder missiles. Slim Shady, Eminem is his own initials. I don't know, is that even that good? It just, to me, what I've always liked about the old Eminem is he's very good at like saying stuff that flows and rhymes in these quite sophisticated ways and is like communicating like an actual sentiment. Like, and maybe that's, I don't know, that's just like the thing. I don't know why, for some reason it just lives in my head. Something about like, I don't know, just you're forming like Voltron and blasting people with your shoulder missiles. Why does that feel? It just makes me imagine like someone like just turning a robot. They got some like big gun turrets on their shoulder. Cool, awesome. Yeah, that's kind of. It's been my favorite song for long enough that at this point I don't think there's any like. Why would I introduce the stress of trying to consider? I've already got so many questions to ask in my life. Why would I introduce the stress of trying to have a new opinion? No, it's just gonna stick with that. I just don't give a fuck by Eminem. That's my favorite song. Not counting the 30k or this channel overall, what do you consider your biggest achievement? Maybe something you struggled to reach for a long time and finally did that made you incredibly happy. Good question. So I could obviously say like having children. No, sorry, not having children. Having a wife. Getting a wife, really cool with me. Yeah, obviously. So, the channel is a big achievement. Buying this new house, that does feel like quite an achievement. I'm just trying to think like what would be like the biggest achievement. I think probably the biggest achievement in my life is when we moved into a new house at university. So essentially, in second year, there were 8 of us living in a house, but 2 people were planning on leaving. One leaving university entirely, the other one just moving into a house with a different friend group to whom he had grown closer. And I say, good riddance, don't let the door hit you on the way out. So we had to get a new house with 6 people in it, or to accommodate 6 people. And we saw this house that was pretty good, but there were 2 rooms that were notably smaller than the others. And I said, well, this house is okay, but the obvious issue is that it's got those 2 rooms that are smaller, and I don't think it's worth having the drama. Like, essentially, we would need to decide before we commit to that house who is going to have those 2 small rooms. Because otherwise, like, if we can't decide that, then do we really want the house? Surely we should go for a house that's got, slightly more equally sized rooms, which is the situation with the house we previously had. So then they ended up getting a house anyway. They were like, oh, we put in an offer for that house. That's the house we're going to be living in next year. I was like, okay, well, we've got to decide who's living there. And I was like, now, I don't, like, me personally, kind of the reason I was getting it is because I don't want to be in a small room. Anyway, so essentially what happened is everyone was sat around. We were trying to have, like, a conversation about who logically should get the small room. And I was like, hey, guys, I have a seminar, because this was at university. I've got a seminar I need to go to. Don't decide anything while I'm gone. So there I am, sat in the seminar. I get a text. It says, we've decided that you should be the one who, like, one of the people who is in the small room. And I was like, okay, well. So anyway, then I go home and I'm like, listen, guys, I refuse to believe that you didn't all just decide this because I was gone. Like, I was the one person who wasn't there for the discussion, the one person who couldn't lay down my case. Even I don't think I actually had a very good case. Like, everyone else had, like, arguments about, like, like, stuff that they, like, particular furniture that they had that was important to them, that was why they couldn't fit in a small room, whatever. There wasn't really any logic to any of it, to be honest. But I was like, no, whatever. I like, the thing is, I basically had the nicest room in our second year house. So that was the argument for why I should get the worst room in this one. But I was like, okay, you say that my room in this house is the nicest room, but I think you all just decided this because I wasn't there to defend myself. I don't agree. And essentially, I Donald Trumped it, essentially. I created enough doubt in the legitimacy of the process that I annulled the results. So I essentially successfully, I had my own successful January 6th when I said, this was rigged, crooked, shillery, and Sleepy Joe stole my good room from me. So anyway, we ended up saying, well, we're just not going to be able to decide this. So let's have a lottery, a raffle, where we just have the different rooms written in a hat. Everyone takes it out, whatever. That's how we'll do it. So I take it out and I get the best room. And it was a weird thing because this seems like a very direct thing for someone to say. And I can't remember the context of why it was mentioned. And it's not worth bringing up the context. But when I was in third year, I had a girlfriend. And she basically said, I can tell that I can tell. One thing that's very attractive about you, Michael, she said, is I can tell that you are the leader of your friend group. And the reason why is because you have is because you have the nicest room. And I was like, yes! I'm such an it was literally the most alpha male I've ever felt in my life. I was like, yeah, I nailed it. This is the peak of my life right now, having a woman tell me that I am the alpha male of my friend group because I've laid claim to the best room in the house. Oh, sorry, that was a second question here. And also, I've heard someone say once that happiness is silence after the perfect note. How would you define or describe happiness? I think that is a pretty good description. I think that the only issue I would have with that is I do think you have to be somewhat process-oriented. And I don't know if there is such a thing as, like, what did I say? Like, the silence after the perfect note? Was that, the silence after the perfect note. I always find, unfortunately, that whenever I'm closest to achieving something, I always find myself overcome with a sense of existential dread, as I just realize, oh wait. So essentially, I've done this thing, and now it's done, and what am I going to do next? Something else. That's the thing. But I suppose there is a value, therefore, in being able to sit with stuff and be like, you know, not always having to think, well, I just did this for the sake of now I'm going to do something else. Like actually saying, oh, I've done that. And like, let's draw a line under that and say, well done, me. I think there is a happiness in that. But I do think that the issue is that if you are too much thinking about, I've got to be working towards a goal, then you're not going to be happy. As for like how I would understand happiness, I'm very into mindfulness meditation. And therefore my instinct is kind of to say that happiness is a choice. That is not, it's not something that happens to you. It's not something that is contingent upon the world around you. It's contingent upon your reaction to the world around you. And I think there was there's like a video about people living in Yakutia, which is a place in the Russian Arctic. And they say, there is no such thing as bad weather. There is simply weather and your attitude towards it. And I think that's like basically applies to life, right? There is no such thing as a good or bad life. There is simply life and there is your attitude towards it. And I guess that's kind of the way in which I would understand happiness. There are some people who have objectively so much right in their life, but they are deeply miserable. And there are other people who are very happy, even though a lot in their life isn't going well. And I think that is because happiness is a choice. I think a lot of things are choices. I also think there's a very compelling notion of like love as a choice. You know, people talk about love being a feeling, but I remember hearing, and this was, I'm pretty sure in a sermon, a Christian sermon, someone saying that love isn't a feeling, it's a choice. It's saying every single day, I am going to put this person first. I am going to, you know, and essentially behave in a way consistent with affection and all that kind of stuff for them. And yeah, I think that's like so much better because obviously the problem is if you say like it's a feeling, then it becomes something you can lose. Something that, oh, you know, I used to have it, but then it's gone away, or you know, something changed, whatever. Whereas if it's a choice, you can always make that choice. And I think that's like a very valuable like idea to bear in mind. Obviously, that's how you avoid things like divorce and stuff like that. Like the idea of, oh well, I just don't love this person anymore. All right, well, you chose when you married them. Again, we're talking about like in the context of marriage, to be with them forever. You can't say, oh, like as if like it just happened to you. Oh, I don't love them anymore. Or, oh, they did something really bad, now I don't love them anymore. Or like, I can't forgive them anymore. Like talking about it as if there's things that happen to you. No, at the end of the day, you made a choice to continue making a choice every day for the rest of your life. I think that's like the best way to think about it. What would your perfect day look like? I will be honest, I'm not entirely sure whether or not sometimes I'm answering. Sometimes I may have failed to consider. Basically, the way I've like written this down, I've just got it all in a Word document. It may be the case that sometimes I'm answering all the same question from one comment that's asking multiple questions. But with this said, what would your perfect day look like? Perfect day. Wake up. 6 a.m. Cinnamon rolls. But probably not. Maybe first thing in the morning. Walk. It's kind of cold, but the sun is rising. It's a crisp autumn, and the sun is providing just enough heat. I have a Golderian Retrusky, cross between a golden retriever and a Siberian husky. That's my dream dog. There we go. That's an extra question for you. My dream dog is a Golderian Retrusky, which, by the way, I think is a name I just made up. Anyway, come home and then maybe cinnamon rolls. I want to say shower, but I think my perfect day would have to involve a bath. Do some exercise, meditate, read the Bible, hang out with family, right? Maybe go see family or something like that. It would have to involve going to see the family. I'm just thinking, like, do I want it to be, like, do I want to be hanging out? Like, it would probably be hanging out with the family in the evening. But then I'm thinking, like, how do I get my bath in there? Because it's kind of like, and I think I'd want to be like watching like something really comfy. Like, it would have to end watching the TV with a hot chocolate. Yeah, I'm trying to just like put it together in my head, and it's kind of like maybe for lunch, like a really fancy restaurant. Maybe like the daytime activity is like going into London or something. Going into London, doing something that just feels like, you know, very fancy. I think, you know, my dream day would be quite fancy. You know, like eating at a fancy restaurant, then kind of come back. Then I guess I like, see, it's weird because I guess I'd like have to have a bath, or maybe I'd like hang out with family. There would be a lull around like, I'd probably have beef Wellington for dinner. There'd be a lull around 7:30. I would have a bath, then I would get out, then maybe it would be 8. Then we kind of just sit, chill on the sofa, watching TV, drinking hot chocolate, go to bed at 10. That would be happy. The other answer could just be Christmas, right? Like Christmas, just like a shortcut to a great day. Like a great day. Christmas, family's there. I mean, and pretty much like what I described there is what I like to do on Christmas. You know, start the day, go for a little walk, go to church. That was very nice, actually. Especially, I think in a dream world, you know, the church I go to would be a bit more antiquated. So yeah, something like that. That's like my basic idea of a great day. What is a character trait that makes you instantly respect someone? A quality that in your eyes has the biggest value? ? Smiley face. I feel like I should have an answer to this. I think an ability to argue for a position that you don't agree with, or point out the errors in an argument for a position that you do agree with, is always very valuable. So if someone who is very pro-gay can point out that the argument for a or I think like a really good example is around like meat eating. You know, a lot of people eat meat, but there are still many fallacious arguments made for eating meat. Like people often make naturalistic fallacies and stuff like that, or appeals to popularity or whatever other kind of argument. And, you know, the ability to, even if you still do want to eat meat, point out that those arguments are fallacious, I think is very valuable. In general, I also think the ability to recognize that you are not perfectly moral. I think that's like a good thing to be able to recognize. The humility to be like, oh no, I realize I have flaws, which seems like kind of an obvious one, which is why I would maybe focus on the first one. Like saying like the ability to realize you have flaws is probably pretty obvious. But yeah, those are the ones that immediately stand out to me. You mentioned that you struggle with health anxiety. In recent videos, I've heard it's getting better, and I'm very happy if that's true. Do you have any tricks to help you deal with it? I struggle with it more and more as time goes by, and it's just so darn hard to make that anxious little voice in my brain to shut up and let me live calmly. Because most of the times, whatever I spent the last days obsessing over turns out to be literally nothing. Bit very enthused smiley face there. So yeah, this is a really interesting thing, because for me, health anxiety is very separated from the broader anxiety. Right now, I do have a lot of issues with broader anxiety. I'm anxious about the fact I'm going to be off on a flight when you're watching this. Although, as I've said many times before, there's something about acknowledging, like I always love making these videos when I know that the video is going up while I'm on holiday. Because I know while I'm on holiday, my mind is going to be like so far away from all of this stuff. And it's it's this act of projecting my mind forward. So I think that the main thing I would say about getting over health anxiety is, one, don't make the mistake, and bear in mind this is all very specific to me, but don't make the mistake of thinking, well, if I find out this is okay, I will realize there's nothing to worry about. So that is something, when my health anxiety was really bad, that's one thing that I would constantly think that would only, what's the word when you can perpetuate the issue, that's it. So I would think, oh, I've got this mole and I'm really worried about it. I'm absolutely convinced it's cancer. But if I find out it's not cancer, well, because I'm so worried about it, I'll realize I was silly to worry about it. And therefore going forward, I won't, have as much cause to worry because I'll be like, whatever. What instead that does is it makes you reliant on information to feel calm. The message your brain takes away from that is not, oh, it turns out that was nothing. Now I should just not worry about stuff. No, instead what your brain is going to interpret from that situation is, oh, so I found out there was nothing to worry about by obsessing over this and seeking to find out information. Therefore I should do that even more. Right? So, for me, let's say, and I had a mole that I was really worried about one time, by calling the doctors several times and trying to get an appointment as fast as possible and checking through old photos of myself at the beach and stuff to see if I could see any evidence of this mole and stuff like that. What I was thinking was, and when I find out it's nothing, I'll be calm and I'll be like, oh yeah, okay, great. Turns out there's nothing to worry about. And then I'll kind of remind myself of that whenever I feel anxious in the future, that it was nothing. But the problem is instead, what I would instead think in the future, when I had other things I would worry about is, oh, well, last time you eventually found out it was nothing. And what did you do? You obsessed over it, right? You tried to get to doctors as soon as possible. You tried to find out as much information as possible. And essentially, yeah, I guess that's the big takeaway. Whatever you do in response to something is what your brain is going to learn that you should do. So if your response to something is to Google loads of symptoms, to check it out, blah, 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 then your brain's going to learn to do that. And I remember, I had this time when I was hanging out with the family and I was like, oh, I was really anxious about something. I was like, well, I'll go hang out with the family. I'll take my mind of it. But literally the whole time I was with the family, I was just Googling around the thing I was worried about on my phone, symptoms and stuff, and being like, oh, do I have that? And by the end of the night, I felt sick with worry, which is, because that thing, your brain will always come up with a way of saying that whatever it is applies to you. So essentially, with that said, this is when I give the kind of unhelpful advice of just stop doing that. Stop Googling around it. One of the big moments in my life that helped was when I was on holiday. Well, I wasn't really on holiday. I was actually away from home for 2 months. And I mentioned this. So this was in January, February, and a bit of March 2024. So just this, well, last year, but right at the start of last year, I had a swollen tonsil, and it didn't seem to be going down. And I was like, oh, this seems like it could be, obviously your tonsil, I guess, is like a lymph node. I was like, this could be something bad. And the thing is, I couldn't really go to the doctors. So I sort of just had to force myself to not worry about it. And that was very helpful. I'd say, I guess my attitude would be, or if I was trying to give some helpful advice, I would say, if there's something you're anxious about, you are going to be anxious about it anyway. You know that looking up symptoms won't make you less anxious. So I would say, accept the fact you're going to be anxious. Don't try to avoid being anxious, but with that anxious energy, do something else. I remember when I was anxious about this tonsil thing, I just completed a load of puzzles. So I just did puzzles in the house where we were staying in America, and whatever. I mean, I was anxious the whole time. I'm pretty sure there were several. I had a period during that, when I was really anxious about it, where I just had to have my headphones in all day, listening to comedy podcasts and stuff, because I just couldn't be alone with my own thoughts. But the benefit there is, while I was being anxious about it, I wasn't looking up symptoms and stuff like that. So I still experienced the anxiety, but the benefit is I wasn't trying to deal with that anxiety by checking symptoms and stuff like that. And that is what meant that my brain didn't learn that checking your symptoms and obsessing over, trying to get a doctor's appointment and stuff like that is the best way to go. That's kind of what I'd say. And I also think there is the point at which you need to remind yourself, in a way, like you're very unlikely to die young from some kind of illness. And therefore, for a fact that you are more likely to make your life way worse worrying about this stuff than you are to avoid an issue by worrying about it and catching it early or something. So, basically I would say I personally really don't have to deal with the health anxiety stuff too much now. I'll still have moments every now and then where I'll notice something like, oh, that's a bit weird. But then I'll just be like, well, let me leave it and see if that's the other thing. If it's an individual symptom, just when you have it, at least have a moment of being like, okay, I noticed that, but I'm going to leave it for a little while, see if I even notice it in a few days' time. And if you don't notice it in a few days' time, it probably wasn't an issue, right? If you notice a weird mole and you're like, oh, that mole looks a bit weird. But then you think, well, let me see if I actually care about that in a few days' time. And if a few days go by and then you're not even thinking about it, chances are it was probably just a perfectly normal mole. And basically that's why it looked weird to you in one moment, but then later on you're like, oh wait, that's just a mole that I had. You might even just kind of remember at that point, oh, this is a mole I've always had. And you certainly, you won't be noticing it change or anything like that. Genuinely, I've tried to give really helpful advice there because I remember having health anxiety, and it is just to me, it was horrible. It was a really unpleasant experience to just be terrified that you were going to die, basically. It's just not a nice experience, obviously. So I hope I can give you some good advice. I suppose the other thing I should say is, of course, is meditation. So mindfulness meditation, especially just sitting there for 5 minutes and just kind of closing your eyes. You don't have to keep your mind completely clear, but try to avoid going off completely on a trail of thought, which is something you're going to have to train yourself to do. But you can just think oh, that was funny when it happened. Okay. But you don't want to be oh, that was funny when it happened. Yeah, and what's that person up to now? Basically going off on, but if you just have a stray thought, that's fine. But the main thing you want to kind of do is just be sat there, and then because you'll be in relative silence, you can note, even just right then, I've got a pain here. I'm feeling a pain in this kind of region. It's probably some kind of trapped gas. Maybe it's a bit of muscle tension. But yeah, I can feel that pain. And essentially you just do that and acknowledge, recognize the sensations in your body, feel them. I kind of got a little bit of a tingling here. And you will realize, that's the first thing you'll realize. If you do this, you'll realize just how many random sensations you have all over your body, at any given moment, that most of the time you're just not paying attention to. And just taking a moment to kind of get back in touch with your body and be oh wait, I have all these feelings. They're all normal. They're happening all the time. If I just take a moment to choose to pay attention to them, I can realize just how much is going on. The amount of areas where I'm just feeling pain right now, I've got at least 5 specific areas where I'm I can feel some sort of pain. But it's not a serious pain. It's just a pain that I'm very happy to ignore. And by realizing, oh, I have that pain, that's just a normal thing. It means in the future, if one of those pains starts getting worse, I'll now realize, well, that's probably just because it's the same pain I've always got. It's just playing up a bit. But yeah, just in general, learning to say, oh, I realize what's happening in my body. I recognize it. And that's just normal. That's healthy. It's going to make you a lot more kind of comfortable with that. So that's the other piece of advice I would give. And yeah, I hope that you are able to kind of, really push past that. I'm thinking about something else too, actually, which is don't only turn to a support network when you start feeling anxious, because then you will train your body to make you feel anxious, so you turn to that support network. You can't be someone who's constantly living in this really mentally unhealthy way, this really secluded, overly stressed way, and then whenever you have these anxiety episodes, that forces you to calm down, because what that's going to teach your body to do, or your brain to do rather, is give you the anxiety to force you to calm down. If you can get to a point where you are actually taking the time to continue to engage in healthy habits, even when you're not anxious, even when you feel fine, then your brain will learn that it doesn't have to give you this anxiety in order to force you to, take care of yourself, basically. Okay. Do you personally think you would survive in a zombie apocalypse, and why/why not? Personally, I believe you would, but you know yourself better, obviously. If you come up with an actual survival strategy right there on the spot, you get bonus points. Well, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to come up with a survival strategy right on the spot because I've thought of this before. One thing I will say is my personal opinion is that the idea that a zombie apocalypse, certainly at least as it's defined in terms of like the slow-moving, I don't think that would actually happen. Obviously, you could say that scientific reasons wouldn't happen, but I contended one time at university, and this is when we were living a little bit off campus, but I said, I think that if a zombie outbreak happened in the biology labs at our university, it would be dealt with before the outbreak even reached our house. Like, I just think because, like if there were like zombies like eating people's flesh and they're like slow moving, every single, even in the UK where we don't have guns, never mind in America, everyone would just descend on them immediately and like shoot the zombies. Zombies, like, and it's kind of like funny because like in zombie movies, the way that, how is it that zombies defeat people, right? The only way they can do it is by outnumbering them. Anytime in a zombie movie somebody gets killed by zombies, it's because they are surrounded by zombies. So the obvious question would then be, well, how on earth did the first zombie manage to infect loads of people when at that point that zombie was, outnumbered? The only logical way to do it, of course, would be to say that the thing that actually spreads the zombie disease is like some kind of airborne virus or something. Because if the zombies themselves are spreading it by biting people, well, the first zombie is going to maybe infect a handful of people before human beings with the motor skills to actually operate guns put them down. But as for a strategy, my strategy has always just been, and I think I can do this. I'm kind of working on an assumption here. I don't know how realistic this is. I think that I have the ability to destroy the stairs in my house. And I would just logically think, if you can get up some stairs and then cause those stairs to no longer function as stairs, then essentially most versions of zombies aren't even capable of climbing ladders. They aren't very good at climbing and stuff. But even if you have zombies that climb ladders, you could literally just stand on top of the ledge or whatever that they're having to climb up, just with a sledgehammer or something. Just play a game of golf, Just let zombie pops its head up. Oh, that's on the green. So I would just say get to a high up position. And I think, if you've got any spare time, try and get a freezer or something, and just bring your freezer upstairs so you've got at least a little bit of food to keep you going. Hope that the electricity lasts as long as it does. But I would say certainly at least start off the first few days with as much stuff as you can have to survive. Maybe fill your bathtub up with water just before maybe the water gets taken out as as civilization collapses. Give yourself as much drinking water, as much food as possible upstairs. Destroy any easy means of getting upstairs. And then if we're talking about the slow, zombies, then you can, I don't even know if they would even be able to climb in the first place. If they can climb, you can just take turns, just being the guy in charge of smacking them back down. Okay. It's a tough one, but that's also my favorite one to ask people. If your life was a book, what would be its title? It's hard to say because in some sense, obviously I could give an answer where I would speculate about how my future turns out. If it had to be just retrospective, I think it would have to be about, I think it would have to be something to do with the trans issue, to do with speaking up against biology, speaking up in favor of biology against ideology. I think it would be the man with the plan. No, Biological. What about you've got mail, but male is spelled M-A-L-E, and I'm there and I'm pointing at a trans woman. And I say, you've got mail. That's my logic, whereby I'm just assuming, like, because I'm incapable of giving an answer that doesn't involve riffing on the title of an already established work. I can't think of like just a title off the top of my head, but there we go. That's what the book about my life would be. You've got mail. A motto you live by, if any. What's that thing from the arts? Never, ever do anything to anyone for any reason ever. That is the motto I live my life by. I feel like maybe I do. There was something I recently heard by my favorite man in the world, Joel Osteen. He said, "Don't talk about your problems. Talk about God's promises." So it's not really a motto I live my life by, but that's the thing that's living in my head right now, as far as like mantras go. Don't talk about your problems, talk about God's promises. Oh, about traveling. Have you ever had fear of travel? Oh, I know you are looking forward to doing it more in the future, but for a lot of people, the actual process of travel is full of anxiety because, like, what if you miss a plane? What if you lose your luggage? What if you get lost? All that sort of stuff. Was it always a chill process for you, or have you ever struggled with anything similar? Okay, so interesting thing here. I used to love flying when I was a kid, and then I had a panic attack when I was like 18, and like I realized what panic attacks were, and I was like, well, that's horrifying. And the minute that happened, essentially, I was, from that point onwards, no longer capable of enjoying flying. So essentially that panic attack completely turned on its head the idea of exhilaration for me. When I was a kid, I used to be like, yeah! And I used to love looking out the window as the plane would take off. I just thought it was like so cool. Whereas when I became an adult, so cool was no longer like a concept for me. I was just like it was just, no. And I saw something recent. Oh, I watched a video of someone on a plane for reasons, and the plane was taking off, and I thought, I can kind of understand how it would be exhilarating. Like, I can get the idea of thinking, oh, this plane's taking off. That's so fun. We're like flying through the sky. Like, isn't that cool? I can understand that, but I can no longer relate to it. For now, like me now, the experience of the plane taking off is like, and like the way like the sound goes up and just get louder and it goes, it's like, it's terrifying. It's horrible. And it takes me, so basically, usually what happens is when like I take off, I kind of like lean forward. Okay, yeah. And then eventually I relax. It's always interesting flying, especially long haul flights, because anxiety and boredom, you would think, are logically on opposite sides of the spectrum, and they kind of are, but it's always very strange. Like I can never believe the fact that because long haul flights, I mean, they are bloody boring, aren't they? You're like sat there watching a load of crap, just like trying to pass the time. It is bizarre to me that the experience of flying somehow ends up managing to be me going from like the worst anxiety ever, like, oh, I hate this, I just want this to be over, to like later on, like, oh, I hate this, I just want this to be over, like I'm bored. It's very strange. I love landing though. I've never had a problem with landing, because once I'm landing, I'm like, well, it's over. Great, fantastic. But yeah, as for the like other aspects of traveling, yeah, I have that too. When I was the area I grew up is very car friendly. And the consequence of that is it means I never had to get public transport. I got public transport for like the first time on my own when I was 18 years old. And I was scared because I did not know how public transport worked. I'd never had to take the bus somewhere before. So basically, like in my situation, I've just been worried about traveling because it's not really something I've done very much. And I suppose that leads to the big important thing, which is I love traveling. One reason why I love traveling is because it is so good for me. Like I get that sense of accomplishment. So there's this idea. This is also kind of a mantra. There's like things that are fun when you're doing them, but then in hindsight, they just feel like a waste of time. And then there's stuff that might not even be fun when you're doing it, but in hindsight, you're like, oh, that was just, one of the best moments of my life. And that's kind of how I feel about like traveling. often times when you're doing it, you're like, oh, this is just awful. Like, this is like so stressful. You're just aware of like all the things that go wrong, blah, blah. But then you look back and you're like, that was the best time of my life. So, with that said, yes, I do get incredibly anxious around traveling, but that's kind of the reason why I enjoy it. And I also, in doing it more often, I get more used to it, which is really nice to be able to do. And last one is kind of private, but I'll dare. What would you rate your self-confidence? Do you consider yourself to be a confident person? Did you ever struggle with self-image? And do you have any advice for people who do struggle to view themselves in a healthy and positive way? Okay, so I have a opinion on this, which is I personally used to be filled with a lot of self-doubt. But what I realized is rationally, you cannot have self-doubt forever. Because eventually you have to start thinking, well, because I ordinarily underestimate myself, I must be underestimating myself. Which means I must actually be quite good. So, and then at that point you think, oh, I must be pretty good at this then. So like nowadays I'll be like, I don't know if I'll be very good at that. I'm like, well, I often think I might not be good at things. And then I'm pretty good at them. So I'm probably pretty good at this. So now it would be like someone was like say something that like is like impossible. Like, hey, could you run faster than the speed of light? Or like, could you be, that's etc. Can you be like Usain Bolt in a race? And I'm like, well, I don't think I could beat Usain Bolt in a race. But I often don't think I could do things. So you know what? I'll give it a shot. That's kind of like my attitude. I feel like in a way it's almost impossible to sustain lacking confidence forever. Because if you are rational, at some point you should realize, well, if I'm always doubting myself, and that's kind of like my attitude towards like a lot of my political and philosophical positions, I used to be very quick to assume I must be wrong, be like, there must be something I'm missing here, like there must be some deeper complex intelligence or like sophistication that I'm just like, that is above me. And because that used to be my attitude, it now means that I actually feel a lot more confident in my beliefs because I'm like, well, I know that all these beliefs I came to while being very self-doubting, while recognizing I could be wrong. And the fact I still hold to them shows they must actually be pretty robust, right? So basically I would say if you are confident your whole life, you don't know whether or not you believe what you believe just because you're so confident that you refuse to consider anything else. But if you have a moment, like a period of your life where you are very filled with self-doubt, then if you believe something, it's probably because there is a good amount of logic to it, and therefore you should actually be more confident in it. Okay, sorry for so many questions. You said I'm related to Transolley Problem. Okay, but that's fine. Okay, who's your fave pop girlie? Chappelle, Sabrina, Billy, Charlie, Taylor, Doja, other. She's not pop. I have I have a huge crush on Megan Thee Stallion. Something about her, just like her energy. It's like crazy. Anyway, so I'll just give Chappelle. I don't really know much about her like personality wise, and I only know one song by her, which is the HOTTOGO. You Can Take Me Hot to Go, and I don't actually like that song that much. I just think it sounds like a bit infantile to me. Like it's kind of just, it's like too kiddie. Like HOTTOGO, beep 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 do. It's yeah. Sabrina, I do like Espresso. I'm working late, 'cause I'm a singer. And I also, I must admit, that I kind of find the brazenness of her, like, accommodation for the male gaze really interesting. And, like, it's really hard not to be like, wow, I respect it. Like, the fact she's just, like, the amount she just commits to being like, yep, I'll do a whole set totally made up in lingerie. But then, like, the other crazy thing about it is, like, straight men are not, like, fans of her content. Like, I know one song by her, and it's that Espresso song. That's it. I didn't even know who she was until that song came out. And yet she's, like, so... It's like I mean, I guess I kind of already said, like, the way she caters to the male gaze is so interesting to me. And I guess, yeah, I kind of think that's, like, alpha to just be like, yeah, I'm going to make myself look super hot and, like, so sexual. And, like, I'm just trying to, be like seduce every single man on the planet, but then I'm simultaneously going to have a presence which largely like is completely like it doesn't intersect with the experience of straight male guys at all. Like the only reason I know about Sabrina Carpenter is because my wife listens to her. So it's kind of weird. Like my wife listens to her. And like as such, I've heard quite a few of her songs. I just couldn't name them or like tell you anything about them because I've just like heard them as part of a blur of like poppy poppy. But then like I look at the album cover and I'm like, okay, well, who is this for? Billie, I guess Billie Eilish. I never liked the fact that like her breakout song "Bad Guy" like is so obviously using the like melody from "We Are Number One" from Lazy Town. Like do 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 I'm the bad guy. Do 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 we are number one. Like that always annoyed me. But I also used to get annoyed by the fact that like the breakout hit for One Direction like clearly starts with "Summer Loving." Do 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 do. You're insecure. So. Whatever. I think she's fine. Isn't there like a weird thing where like she's like weirdly close to her brother and her brother is dating a girl who looks just like her? It's a bit weird. Charlie, I listened to Brat because like I heard so many good things about it. I didn't even think it was that good. Like I was just like, this isn't great. I like the song Von Dutch. Von Dutch. But yeah, whatever. Taylor, it's really weird to throw Taylor in there because Taylor's like all those other singers from my perspective feel like one-hit wonders in a way. Like I only know like one song by them, and as far as I know, they've only been like relevant for like a year. Like basically like all those people, it's like with Charlie, yeah, there was the Brat Summer, but then like what else? Billie Eilish, I mean, I don't know, like, does anyone talk about her now? Sabrina Carpenter, like all of like the other people you mentioned feel like they just had their moments. Whereas Taylor Swift has been just an icon for 15 plus years. Like I've known about her for ages. Like she in terms of success, she just mogs the others. Like she is actually a generational talent. And this isn't even me saying like, even though I like love her music, I'm just saying in terms of her success, she is a generational talent. And possibly she will go down as the most famous singer of this generation, right? Like, I don't know, who else is there? I think people will be like, yeah, like kind of, we talk about like Kylie Minogue in the 80s and Madonna was she more than 90s? I don't know. And Beyonce in the 2000s, if you like. I just feel like, how is it anyone other than Taylor for the kind of last decade? It's only her. No one touches her. With that said, I mean, I think some of her music's pretty good. I like, I do like that song, "You Belong With Me." I think Trouble's pretty good. We Are Never Getting Back Together. Yeah, I think she's like actually done a lot of good music. So probably her, but at the same time, Doja. I think she's probably more, she's got like a greater density of talent. So I think I might say actually Doja Cat. I think that like she does a lot of like fun music where I feel like there is a degree of artistry. But maybe if I was being objective, I'd say Taylor. If I was being a little bit more of a mind towards how much do I personally respect them as artists, I would probably lean Doja. And as for other, I don't know. I'm not even sure like other. Kendrick Lamar. No, I don't know. Who do you think is the worst non-trans TRA? Example, Vorsh, Alec Gunter, Sean, etc. It's Vorsh. I mean, he's terrible. He's like the original like brocialist creep, unwashed Redditor, fedora wearing, just every bad thing you can be is he is. I feel like I need more brightness here, but it's only like, yeah, whatever. Would you have kids? How would you address politics with them? Yes, I would have kids. I plan to have kids. How would I address politics with them? I think I would just force them to believe all the things I believe. It's weird because I don't know, because I don't feel like I actually have much of a political opinion myself. Like, a lot of my politics, I would say, is more about personal values manifest in politics. So I would just say, like, be honest, take things issue by issue. But, like, these are all things I would kind of just say for life in general. Be logical. And I kind of imagine my kids. I mean, the other thing is, like, in some sense, even though I can be, like, radical on some points, I also feel like I just get along decently well and can, like, easily slot my opinion into a lot of generic milquetoast, like, liberal whatever. Like, just, I believe what I believe and that's how it is. So I feel like there's a lot of room for my kids to just develop whatever opinions. Yeah, I think the only thing is if my kids like started watching some like cringe debate lord YouTube person, I'd be like, that person's probably like obnoxious, and chances are they're gonna turn out to have been like sending inappropriate messages to their underage fans. So just don't get too invested. Here's the thing. Can you upload your Patreon videos to a YouTube members thing? I want to be a YouTube member, but don't want to miss out on the content you have historically posted to Patreon. Yes, I do need to do this. And I will do it while I'm on holiday. So you will all be seeing all those videos. Maybe. Or not. Whatever. I'll do it. Probably already have done it, to be honest. But if I haven't, then whoops. Would you consider doing some reading/research into the Austrian School of Economics? In previous videos, you seemed quite opposed to libertarianism, but I think you would appreciate some of its philosophy. I think I am fundamentally authoritarian. I believe that the point of society is that there are people in charge who are in control of things. So to me, libertarianism, one reason why I make fun of it is because it's so utterly contrary to my position that I don't even there's no universe where I'm going to become a libertarian. Like, it's just in order for I'm not going to read a book and be like, oh, that's an interesting, I don't know why I'm so blurry, by the way, but whatever. I'm not going to be like, oh, that's an interesting idea. Let me change my entire view on everything in the world. It's just not going to happen. So, yeah, I could look into it, but it's kind of it's very unlikely. The problem is I wouldn't just have to be looking into the Austrian School of Economics. I'd have to be looking into everything. My entire view on everything would have to change in order for me to, even just my philosophy as it relates to things like religion and stuff like that. Just at the bedrock of my foundation is a fundamental enthusiasm for authoritarianism and an opposition to this liberal individualism where people are in charge of their own decisions, and that's ultimately a good thing. So yeah, I could look into it, but it's just very unlikely I would ever be inclined towards libertarianism because it's degenerate. Would you rather goon for 5 hours or jelk for 3 hours? Now, I looked up what jelking means in anticipation of this question, and the answer is I think it's got to be gooning for 5 hours. The only thing about that is I think that would hurt. I think that would be pushing the point of physical pain, but I don't think it would be physical damage. And at the end of the day, okay, well, I'm not quite sure I understand what gooning is. My understanding, though, is it's basically the same thing as edging, right? So do I have to hold it for 5 hours? Because that's pretty ridiculous. Having said that, I already mentioned that my wife and I are considering having kids. I recently found out that the longer you maintain an erection for before you ejaculate, the more seminal fluid your prostate has time to generate, and therefore the more liquid there is to carry the sperm, which actually gives the sperm more velocity, and thus it increases your chances of conception. So, insemination, if you like. So, I think I might have to do, just before my wife and I try for a baby, not that there's already not enough sufficiently unsaid personal about saying what essentially amounts to, when my wife and I decide to have unprotected sex, just to add to that, I feel like I might have to do a little bit of gooning, just like a little bit of gooning, just to, although I don't know, because I guess for the gooning, like I suppose the moment of climax would have to be on my own. So maybe I mean edging in order to then increase the chance of insemination. So, and even then, but 5 hours is a long time. Either way, for the record, if anyone doesn't know, jelqing apparently is like you pull your manhood in an effort to make it longer. But I think, well, surely that would make it, longer, but then thinner too, like more skinny. And that's not good. Like, most women, I would say, don't, like, having a skinny one is way worse. Because as far as like it actually matters, that is the sense in which it's meaningfully big, right? Like length. Who cares? It's all about thickness. So I get, the answer is gooning. Neither of them are particularly appealing. But look, at the end of the day, if I was getting something out of it, I'd be like, well, there's worse things for a guy to do than reach new sexual heights of autoerotic pleasure. In your opinion, who's better, Nicki Minaj or Cardi B? Oh yeah, so, are we talking about music? Because I don't really know either. Well, Nicki Minaj, I think, is more famous as a music person. And also, so as like a rapper, she of course famously had that verse on Monster, which was actually a really, really solid verse. I don't know if I think that she's consistently great in terms of lyricism, but yeah, Monster, she killed it. Whereas Cardi B, to my knowledge, has never killed it on any song. But obviously we're talking about women here, so I assume you're not talking about their talent, you're just talking about how attractive they are, in which case it would have to be still Nicki. So Nicki wins either way. Even though I do like how Cardi B has collaborated with fan favourite Megan Thee Stallion. Channel favourite, I should say. What do you watch? Sorry, do you watch TBYS, brackets Think Before You Sleep? No. I'm guessing, is that like a podcast? Let me look it up. Think Before You Sleep. Okay. I've never even heard of this guy. Stop going after kids, professional victim fatigue. So this guy's just like a kind of, right-wing guy. Yeah, I've never even heard of this dude. He seems to make slop. I just look and I'm just everything. It just seems like, content for the content piggies to eat out of their content trough. But I assume you asked because you like this person, in which case they're fantastic. I don't care. For the record, I would say this is low effort slop because it looks like low effort slop. Every single video is okay. Literally the most recent video on their channel is it says, why people aren't dating. And it's just a picture of a woman with a nose ring. And then the word next to it says nose ring. It's wow, great insight. Why people aren't dating. Nose ring. It's ironic, isn't it? Because little piggies have nose rings, and it's the little piggies who are eating that content slop. To me that just doesn't sound like particularly worthwhile content. There is, I guess, kind of slop I like. I don't know. Do I like? I don't think I like anything that could really be considered YouTube slop, except for occasionally I'll see a video from Sunny V2 or something that will be why so and so's channel is failing. I'm okay, I'm kind of interested in that. But yeah, this kind of vibe of, I don't know. There's some, it's just a specific vibe, right? The why people aren't dating nose ring vibe is just not one I particularly relate to. And then another one is just a picture, the one before that's a picture of Dylan Mulvaney, it just says wrong next to it. and then some individual with pink hair, it says, "It's over." Some dude, demonic. Some other dude, monster. Some black chick, racist. I've never seen a thumbnail like, you know, like people say like on Twitter sometimes, like, nothing could make me unmute this video. And like a lot of it seems like also like drama crap. Like one of the recent videos is gold digger gets cheated on. Okay. You know, like if you want to watch a soap opera, watch a soap opera. Do you still stand by your old video, Gay Affirming Christianity, or has your view since changed? No, basically. So my main argument in that video was that while I think there are issues with gay culture, I also think that sexuality is something that has been understood very differently across different cultures and different times, and therefore I think it's at least quite worth considering that what am I saying? That like what the Bible is describing as sexuality is something that's very different. So essentially, when you look at like the way the ancient Greeks behaved, they had like ritual prostitution. They had like of course people talk about the Roman towel boys, stuff like that. There were lots of sense in which sexuality was very different then to how it is now, and it seems to me like, as opposed to, you know, other things like murder, like that's like a sin, for example, which is basically just the same thing everywhere. Sexuality is something that's so mediated by your experience of it that I think it is possible for someone to be a Christian and be gay and be in a same-sex relationship that is ultimately about love and faithfulness and commitment. I think those are the things that matter. So yeah, I just think, essentially, yeah, my position on it has always been the same, which is, I don't know the hearts of any given gay person or lesbian, but I do know that sexuality is not something that has been this absolute singular thing throughout culture, and therefore, yeah, does the Bible say homosexuality is wrong? Absolutely. But do we know what the Bible in the 1st century AD meant when it was talking about homosexuality? That it was like talking about like exactly what you would see today? No, I don't think so. And don't get me wrong, a lot of what's happening today is much worse perhaps than what the Bible could have possibly foreseen. But then there's like other people who are like, well, I'm gay, but for me, it's not a, like a cultural thing. It's not this political activism thing. It's just like a personal preference, whatever. And yeah, I just don't think that I can say that's obviously wrong. So pretty much stand by the video. Are you trans? No. What is your favorite food? I could say fajitas because I eat fajitas all the time. It's basically my standard lunch. I just prep a load of fajita mix at the start of each week, and I just have fajitas throughout the week, every day for lunch. But the fact I eat it so much means it's not my favorite. I honestly, and again, like the things I'm kind of thinking, because as someone who does cook, my immediate thought is thinking about all the stuff that is in that Goldilocks zone of nutritious, delicious, and easy to prepare. And therefore I'm like, oh, chili con carne, because chili con carne is so good and it's so easy to make. And you can like prep it in big batches. It's so awesome. And it's good for you because it's got like beans, protein, get some veggies in there, like cut up some peppers. But if I'm like thinking in terms of stuff that's like a treat, that would imply the exact opposite, stuff that I really enjoy that's hard to prepare. And in that context, I would maybe think like fried chicken. Because like fried chicken is difficult to make. You gotta like set up your breading station. You gotta like waste a load of oil if you want to make it yourself. So I do like fried chicken. That's something I always order when I go out. Because I'm like, this is something that would be very difficult for me to make at home. So like I always order fried food whenever I'm eating out because I'm aware of how difficult it is to make yourself. But I mean, the other thing I could say is beef Wellington. Beef Wellington is delicious. I know that's Gordon Ramsay's favorite meal. I don't like Gordon Ramsay, but I think I'm going to go for it. At a push, I would say. Or maybe, you know what, actually? I think I could just go like a roast dinner. Like the concept of a roast dinner. your Yorkshire puddings, you got some broccoli, maybe some Brussels sprouts, you got some gravy, you got some kind of meat. You can roast potatoes, British roast potatoes. Yeah, it's gotta be a roast dinner. And there's so much variety. You can just because I'm saying that you can have whatever veg you like. You can have peas, you can have green beans, you can have cauliflower cheese. There's so much that goes with a roast dinner. And I haven't been to a carvery in so long, and I really want to go to one. So yeah, I think I would go roast dinner. And I could go for lots of stuff. If I was doing it by cuisine, I'd be my favorite Indian food, lamb rogan josh. Favorite Chinese food, sticky chili beef. Favorite Spanish food, paella. Favorite Italian food, pizza. Pizza, a nice Neapolitan diavolo pizza. Favorite French food, no such thing. Favorite American food, fried chicken, probably. Fried chicken, yeah, okay. Favorite, Tex-Mex food, probably chili con carne, chili con carne's always been there for me. That's why I like it. Favorite Thai food, there's only 2 different kinds, red or green. They both taste the same. Also, are you a fan of Kierkegaard? No, I never read. I've literally never read any Kierkegaard. I've read Wittgenstein, but I've never read Kierkegaard. I have a question for your Q&A. Have you ever met a fan or hater of your channel in real life? No. So the only thing I can really say in that regard is I have met a fellow content creator who is a fan of the channel, and that is Ella Androphobia. You may or may not know Ella Androphobia. She's not making as much content nowadays, but so she lives in Canada, and when I was in Canada, I was like, hey, I'm in Canada, want to meet up? And we did. So I met her, and so that was in real life, obviously. Apart from that, no, because I don't think I've never met a fan of my channel in the UK. I've always imagined it happening. One day I'll be walking out, so I love your content, but no, it's not going to happen. I don't know statistically how likely it is to happen. The thing is, obviously, you would think maybe at some point I should actually bother to go to one of the activism things, and I've not done so because I'm lazy. In terms of hater, the only thing I can say is there's someone I know personally who found out about my channel who is pro-trans, and they were upset. So, but again, that was someone I knew personally who found out about my channel afterwards rather than anything else. All right. I saw you have a Civ channel. Do you like other strategy games like Victoria 2 or Hearts of Iron? Short answer is, I ran out of recording space. Oh, man, I really need better lighting in this room. There's nothing to be done for it, though. Oh, yeah. Short answer is, I think I might like those games. I think I would be disappointed at the limitations to how realistic they are. In my brain, I like games where the relationship between the thing you're doing and what the game is supposed to be about is very similar. And therefore, what I would want is a strategy game where the rules of the game very much corresponds to the rules of reality. So, but yeah, basically the short answer is I've never played either of those games, and I would be interested in them, but I just, I'm kind of content with Civ, so I just play that. But yeah, I could be interested in it. Hi, I have a question for the Q&A. Why not let people use gender labels that they identify with, especially if there is a way to do so without completely forgetting the sex binary? I guess just because gender identities are meaningless, and therefore there's no point in people being able to use the, terms with which they identify. It's just kind of like saying, why not let people randomly say gibberish? And it's well, because it doesn't really, they can, it just is not going to mean anything to me. Do you listen to Two Hollis? No. What would you say is the closest real world parallel to zombies? Probably the things everyone says, right? The fungus that infects insects' brains. Is it called cordycepia or something? If you're asking for human beings acting like zombies, I don't know, like the woke mob. Like I don't really think there's like I feel like anything that I could say would kind of sound like faux deep. I'd be like, oh, the Marvel fanboys funneling into the cinema like mindless drones. It's just like I can't really think of a response that would get at anything particularly like deep, because I just feel like it's either we're talking about like natural things that are just similar to zombies. I mean, like rabies, for example, that's very similar to being a zombie. But if you're like getting at the idea of some aspect of society that's similar to people being zombies, again, I think the only way I could really give an answer to that would be to sort of like say, oh, the people who disagree with me because they're so stupid, which is not what I was going to say. 2 questions. How's the missus? Do you plan on starting a family? Mrs. is fine. She is currently in a state of undecidedness as to whether or not she wants to take a business trip. If she is doing very well in her line of work, she is she's very high up in the company for which she works, and she has the option of going on a business trip to the Philippines. But she'd basically be going on her own. I mean, like, I wouldn't be going with her. If she does so, she gets to fly business class, which I think sounds really cool. Like, I've never flown business class. Wow, that sounds exciting. But she's like, oh, the Philippines is a long while away. I don't really know if I want to like have that really long flight. So yeah, basically that's what she's got going on. Main thing in life. But, you know, I mean, it speaks to the fact she's doing really well at a company, which is great. Well done her. Everyone give her a round of applause. She does want, I mean, I have kept telling her, like, hey, you should do some kind of, like, influencer thing. Like, you know, because she's successful. She's attractive. That's, like, literally the 2 things you need to be an influencer. And I'm like, hey, you know, I'll send a load of people your way. But yeah, whatever. That's where she's at. Do we plan on starting a family? Yes, we do. Couple of rugrats. What's your day job? Is it something intellectual? So I kind of mentioned this recently in a video. I no longer have a day job. I used to, and I was a social media manager for a multi-academy trust. Basically, in the UK, our education sector is kind of weirdly privatized in that companies take charge of state schools and manage those schools, and they basically get kind of awarded contracts from the government based on how well they do at managing those schools. So essentially, you know, the different companies compete to be managing schools, and I was working for one of those companies, and my goal, like what I was supposed to be doing, was managing social media for basically showing like, hey, this is how great this company is, and this is why you should want them to be in charge of your schools, and this is why you should really respect them as contributors to the education sector. So was it intellectual? No. One standout job I had before then was I would call people and try to sell them life insurance. Was that intellectual? No. My inability to find any day job that was particularly intellectually stimulating is the main reason why I no longer have a day job, because this actually is like kind of, you know, being on here talking about stuff. This is kind of more what I like to do, and I can't find anything that is sufficiently similar to it as of right now. Right. Hi, I don't know if you're going to see this, but I've had a few ideas of developing a gender critical app or website since the Reddit page was banned. What do you think of the idea? I think that the only thing I would say is, isn't there already Over It? There's I don't know if you know this, but there's overit.org or overit.com, and that is already a bespoke gender critical website. So check that out and see what it's like, and whether you feel like that makes your idea redundant. Would you ever consider doing a video about your various anxieties, hypochondria, whatever else? Yes. Probably on my planned vlog channel where I just talk about stuff going on in my life, which I will leave a link to below so you can check that out if you want to subscribe and anticipate that video. And yeah, I obviously we're quite way into this video now, so I shan't elaborate any more on what my specific anxieties are, since I've already kind of touched on them a lot already. But yeah, we'll make a video fully going into that. And I may make a video kind of touching on that stuff here as well. For someone who hates troons so much, you sure do talk about them an awful lot. Why are you such a troon-obsessed weirdo? It's pretty gross. Okay, so there's like two attitudes people can have towards my channel. One is to say, and this is something I kind of want to talk about at some point, but one is to say like, oh, you are a grifter. And the other is to say, oh, you're obsessed. And those ideas are kind of opposite each other, because obviously if I'm a grifter, it kind of implies I don't really care about this issue. I just talk about it for views. Whereas if I'm obsessed, that implies like every single morning I wake up and I think about trans people, and as I'm in the shower, I'm thinking about trans, like basically everything I do, I'm just like constantly thinking about trans people. Of those two, easily the obsession one is the least true. I really don't care about trans people much on a personal level. I just don't. Essentially, I find the topic interesting, but there's also just the fact that the nature of YouTube means that having a consistent topic I talk about is valuable. But of course, as I've also said, I'm kind of inclined to move away from the focus on the gender critical idea insofar as I am able to. So I'm really not obsessed with trans people, nor do I hate them. So I'm kind of like, neither. Basically, you're wrong on two accounts. On the one hand, I don't hate them, and you are right, I do talk about them a lot. But again, bear in mind that you only see the 2 hours each week. 2 hours each week is quite a lot, to be fair. But yeah, in my personal life, I don't really talk about them at all. You being gender critical, what is your opinion about grammatical gender in non-English languages like German, where a mountain is male, as is a forest, as is a dog, however a shrubbery is female, as is a cat? A tree is male, but a birch or linden or oak is female. I think any specific tree is off the top of my head. I think it's interesting. I think it possibly underpins some like actual gendered ideas people have about certain objects, and that could be bad. But I think probably the solution is just to focus more on the categories of male and female themselves, and making it so men and women have equal rights and a view of equal dignity. And as that happens, the concept of grammatical gender will come to be viewed as increasingly, I think, detached from actual being a man or woman, and as such any associations won't really matter. But I do have a video, by the way, on gendered inanimate objects. So if you want, you should watch my video literally called Gendered Inanimate Objects. If I remember, I will link it. Bear in mind this video is kind of long, so I might not have time. What is your perspective on the philosophical underpinnings of critical theory and its numerous subfields like queer theory or fat studies, critical race theory, or critical medical ethics? I think that it is potentially valuable, but it's one of those things where, like, as a theory, ultimately, being critical is always worthwhile, but inevitably there becomes a point where you have to stop being critical, right? Like, basically, it's like saying, should you go for a walk? And the answer is yes, but at some point you're going to have to stop going for a walk. Should you criticize the way society is? Sure, but eventually we're all going to have to stop criticizing somewhere and say, all right, well, this thing's okay. Like, this aspect of society is okay. And, it risks becoming a race to the bottom if everyone's just being all critical all at the same time. Do you ever think you are creating a bubble where your followers believe everything you say? I don't mean to imply anything, but I almost never see anyone arguing against your points / sharing different thoughts in the comments. Most of the comments feel like as if they were written 5 minutes into the video and generally don't have anything meaningful to say about the ideas shared in the video. No. So essentially, I think it's awesome when people just say, oh, great video, I love it, awesome, fantastic. I don't like when people disagree with me. It always annoys me that sometimes when I make videos about issues other than being gender critical, I get loads of comments saying, oh, you don't really know what you're talking about on this issue. I'm like, shut up. Yes, I do. I think a lot of the time, I'm kind of impressed that there are so many people who go to the effort. I really appreciate that. There are so many people who go to the effort to write comments saying, hey, I agree with you, you're awesome, fantastic. Because, that's always a very difficult thing to do. But obviously it helps in the algorithm, and I think that's really cool that people do that. And it gives me confidence that people, if they care enough to write out comments just to help me out in the algorithm, then they will also, support other things I'm doing. Like check out videos when I say, hey guys, check out this video so you can help out in the algorithm, stuff like that. And that's really fun. I don't really think my audience is incapable of disagreeing with things I say. I think they just agree with me on this issue, because when I make videos about other issues, I do get a lot of disagreement. Like, I'd be interested in knowing whether this comment has actually looked at any of my videos on the non-trans issue, because it's quite likely a lot of people agree with me, not because I've established a cult. Like, honestly, I would be such an, like, the idea of me having established a cult seems so awesome. Like, it makes me feel like super alpha, but that's really not how I am. So I just don't know if I find that particularly likely. How do you deal with difficult to defend viewpoints? I don't mean holding them. I don't think you should abandon a belief simply because it's inconvenient. I mean more so that there are views that I'm genuinely curious or skeptical about, but there's no way to mention them without making people assume the worst of it. For example, insisting that the number of I kind of get what you're saying. There are some things which where it's like, it's blurry again. I might turn on the light, even though it's going to change. You know, who cares at this point? I mean, that's not making a huge difference. Oh wait, that does make quite a big difference, doesn't it? I mean, it makes me obviously more orange, but I think it does make me brighter. I kind of get what you're saying. I think there are some points of view where just talking about them sounds intrinsically creepy. Like, I think like a good example for analogy, like this is a really good one, would be people who say we should make it so that people who are basically pedos should be able to come forward and seek psychological help, because that, in the long term, saves people. Like, it saves children, right? Because there might be a lot of people who have that desire, but then, like, what do they do with it? Like, there's nothing they do, so then they just act on it. Whereas, of course, if you said, well, actually, we're going to make it so it's okay for someone to, like, come up and be like, hey, I have this desire, can you, like, get me therapy or something? Then, you know, like, that probably helps more. The issue is, if you say all of that, then people assume, oh, so you're, like, pro-pedo. It's like, no, I'm just saying that it is better to, like, however much you might find it kind of cathartic to imagine that the only solution is just to put a bullet in their head, at the end of the day, that actually causes more harm, because you are, in the long term, making it so, like, they're going to be like, well, okay, if I'm going to get a bullet in the head no matter what, I might as well just try and operate as secretly and as sinisterly as possible. So yeah, like, that's the thing. But I don't really talk about that, because I know that if I do talk about that, people will be like, oh, so you really care about, like, the pedos? And it's like, no, I don't. I care about children, and I want children to be safe. So that means, and, like, there's, like, things, like, I remember one time, like, someone literally said, like, hey, you know, I think that we should, you know, basically make it so if someone comes forward and says, oh, I'm a pedo, basically, can I, like, go, like, get some therapy? And someone's like, yeah, that's, like, important thing. And, like, someone's like, oh, I see. like this person said this, and then someone else is replying to them, like, I can't believe this person wants this individual to be allowed to hang out with kids and, like, be a pedo around them. It's like, what are you on about? That's not what they said. They said that this person should be allowed, like, I basically think that if someone's a pedo, they should be allowed to pretty much turn themselves into prison. I don't know, is that, like, such a bad thing for me to believe? I don't think so. Like, they should be allowed to turn themselves into prison in return for, you know, basically not being treated the way that an offending individual of that persuasion would be. And I don't think that's, like, such an evil, like, crazy pedo accommodating thing to say, but it's like, as soon as you, yeah, like, basically there's, like, some situations where the extreme position is so extreme that if you say anything alternative to that, it makes you sound like you are pro the bad thing. So yeah, like, if someone says, oh, I think every single person who is a pedophile should just get shot in the head. If someone says, well, you know, shouldn't we have things like free trial, and also, like, you know, just, like, I personally am, like, morally against the death penalty, and also there's the fact of, like, what if, like, they have the desire but they recognize it's wrong and therefore they do not want to act on it, blah 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 blah. Like, any of those things, people will be like, oh, I see, so you're pro those people, right? So yeah, essentially I think there can be situations where, but I guess the answer is I just don't talk about them, right? Except for now, where I just did. And I'm not even touching the thing that you specifically mentioned. Question for you. What's your favorite fantasy world? There's a few hints, but I'm curious and I want to make sure. Yeah, so I guess the hints are that I have had in the past, although I haven't set it up now, and when I do, it will not be visible. Lord of the Rings poster. I think Lord of the Rings probably is my favorite fantasy world, but kind of just by default, because I'm not actually... Hello, I just slid away. Kind of just by default, because I'm not actually aware of any other fantasy worlds in detail. Like I know of Narnia, Westeros, but I don't think any of those other worlds are as detailed as Middle-earth and like the surrounding area. So probably Tolkien's world. I mean, my real favorite fantasy world is the fantasy world that I invented. The thing is, like, it's not like I'm a huge fan of Tolkien. Like, I do like him, but, you know, I think there are... Like, I don't know, yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm not a fan of much. Like, basically, I'm always hyper aware of the issues of something, so I'm always just thinking, like, oh, well, you know, that's a bit of a trope or whatever. Or, like, what was Aragorn's tax policy? Stuff like that. I don't really like Tolkien fans, so I'm very reluctant to call myself a Tolkien fan. So, essentially, the answer is probably Tolkien, but not with the level of enthusiasm you might imagine. You mentioned abortion and the violinist argument being compelling. I wanted to ask why... Okay, this is too long of a question, like, right in the end of this video. Let me read it in my head. Okay, so I think you're operating on a fundamentally false premise here. Your basic argument is that the difference is that people who have abortion want the baby to be dead. That's not true. I think most people who support abortion would say that if the woman could just remove the baby from her body, have the baby survive, and then put the baby up for adoption, that would be fine. So I think you're basically operating on a false premise. You're saying, like, oh, the problem with abortion is that people want the baby to be dead. But that's not actually true. People, like, the woman doesn't want the baby to be inside her. If she can do that without the baby dying, I think most women would prefer that. How many more questions are there? I did not realize... Okay, let's see. Please tell me we're almost over. Oh my gosh. I've noticed a lot of big female gender-critical voices such as Posey Parker and the like have abandoned the word feminist and now seem fairly opposed to it, referring to themselves as pro-woman instead. Do you believe the word feminism has been lost to the trans-affirming crowd, or do you have any thoughts about the topic in general? Someone already asked me about my opinions on feminism. Was that like the first question in the video? I can't remember. So essentially, my instinct is to say... Yeah, I would say, like, me personally, I kind of already said, I feel like it's worth talking about this on an issue-by-issue basis, and therefore I think there is less utility in the word feminism. Like, I would say we can talk about, like, how much are women being paid relative to men, or what can we do to deal with, like, instances of sex crime and sexual harassment, and, like, essentially just all of these individual issues, but I think it is becoming seemingly kind of useless now to have the word feminist. Because it can describe so much, and of course people can have all sorts of different issues. People can think these different issues are of relative importance. So, having said that, I will say the term pro-woman is just as... In fact, I'd say the term pro-woman is worse, just because, like, lots of people could, like, full-on conservatives could say they are pro-women, because, like, there's plenty of people who would be avid anti-feminists who could still say they're pro-women, because, like, they're like, well, you know, I want women to be able to be mothers in the home or whatever. So I would say pro-woman is not a more useful term, but yeah, your feminism is probably not so useful. Very important question. Are you aware of how hot you are? Kind of, yeah. So I've always had a sense of that a decent number of people are attracted to me, but I've never quite worked it out because like, a lot of, like, I've always been honest, I've never been so attractive that I can just completely coast through life. Like, I actually have to make an effort, and that sucks. A lot of, like, girls had crushes on me when I was at school, but very rarely the girls I was attracted to. And I wasn't even fussy. But yeah, I was just like, I was like, man, I've got to like work. And the thing is, I was kind of like, because a lot of girls I would sit next to in class would end up having crushes on me, because I guess I just had such a winning personality. So I was like, well, if I can just contrive it so I sit next to whichever girls I have a crush on, they will end up having crushes on me. But it never worked. Mostly because for some reason, like, I don't know, maybe it literally is just a like playing hard to get thing, where the women I happened to be sitting next to, I didn't really think much of it, so I was just like really chill. Whereas the women who I was like, oh, I'm going to sit next to this girl because I really like her, then I'd be like, hi there, it's me, and like that would completely put them off. I'm not sure. I'd like to once again put forward my previous question, asking you to explain why you disagree with sex liberationism, i.e. the idea that sex is oppressed in the modern West and needs to be liberated through things like BDSM and pornography. I disagree with it and would like to have a response to point to so I can explain why I disagree with it. That sounds like something I'd have to make as a whole video. The thing is, I've kind of like moved beyond that now. Like it's not that I would say that the singular issue with it is that the person, it comes down, I think the issue is, in short, that people focus on the experience of the woman, and that does not matter. The only thing that matters is the experience of the man. Because if the woman enjoys it, she enjoys it, awesome, cool. And if the woman doesn't enjoy it, well, she's an idiot for agreeing to do something she doesn't enjoy. But from the man's perspective, if he's doing it and he's being misogynist, I'm sorry, I know, I thought I'd just leave that there. When I say she's an idiot for agreeing to do something she doesn't enjoy, I'm saying like, when we're talking about most instances of BDSM, these are women who have agreed to it. So if a woman then says, oh, I didn't like it, like that is, like that's on her, right? Like it's not as if like you can, like, as a woman, you do not have to get like, tied up and whipped. Like that's not a typical female sexual experience. So if a woman chooses to do that, I'm assuming she does enjoy it. With that said, the reason why I say it's about the experience of the man is because that's where you need to put the focus to understand the issue. If a man is doing it because he enjoys being misogynistic and beating women, then that is a problem. It doesn't matter if the woman enjoys it. You know, and again, the standard analogy is if a black woman enjoys being called all sorts of extreme racial slurs, who cares? The question is, how do we feel about the fact there's now a white guy who's enjoying hurling loads of racial abuse at a woman? That seems kind of like the more important question here. Now, having said that, the reason why I say I kind of moved past it is because I think like it is possible that a man might be interested in that stuff not because he enjoys beating women. It depends. See, that's the thing, and that's where it kind of depends how extreme it is, right? Because I think that if we're just talking about like bondage, maybe it's more about like submission. And I don't think there's necessarily a bad thing about submission. Yeah, I think if a man's like punching a woman, then that's like there's no way, even if she consents to it, that's awful. But to me, like that's kind of just like the overall take I would have on it. You need to focus on the question of what is the man doing in this situation? Because like the problem with the sexual liberation thing is it's like, well, I really enjoy this. I find this really empowering. All right, it doesn't really matter if you find it empowering to have a man get off on hurling all sorts of misogynistic abuse at you. If you are contributing to a world where misogynistic abusers get sexual gratification from being able to enact misogynistic abuse, that is not empowering. That's really all it comes down to. I'm also curious to know how you be pro-spanking children while claiming to believe in radical feminism. I worry there are some incoherencies there. First off, it seems reasonable to suspect that there could be some link between kids getting spanked and kids developing spank-related sexual fetishes when they grow up, which I assume you're against because you're opposed to BDSM, right? Okay, that's a good question. So, one, I don't really call myself a radical feminist anymore and make any deal out of like agreeing with radical feminism. I just don't care. As for spanking, I think that can be a healthy dynamic simply because it's tame enough that I don't think it's necessarily abusive. So there we go. That's my take. I think that if you are a woman and you enjoy submission and like punishment, and you think that spanking is like part of that, then I don't think that the man on the other end of that is necessarily a rabid misogynist, because it's just not that misogynistic, is it? It's just a spank. It's just a lol. So as for like my opinion on like spanking children, again, kind of the same thing. I just don't think like spanking is that extreme of a thing to do. I think it's just a very quick pain. So it's kind of just like, while in a dream world, you can imagine a more rigorous mental system of like working through things. I feel like in both the case of children and also, let's say, sexual relationships, sometimes it's just like, yep, I'm gonna just keep you in line. Is that, it's gonna lose me all my women subscribers, whatever. The basic thing is I just don't see how it's, so extreme. Okay, so yeah, and then you like, at the end of the comment you say, I'd like to hear you elaborate on why you think spanking children, which presumably includes female children, acceptable, when you presumably recognise that it's wrong to spank adult women. That seems like an incoherent position. Well, as I just said, I don't necessarily think it's wrong to spank adult women. Have at it. Again, because it's not that extreme. Like, at the end of the day, I'm sorry, but I just feel like if you're a woman and you've ever been like spanked, I just don't think that was like, is that traumatic? Is it? It just doesn't seem very traumatic to me. Again, like, it depends, because if we're talking like a full on like paddle, like, well, yeah, that's horrible, but like, that's kind of not what I'm imagining. Maybe I'm just too innocent. But in my head, I'm just imagining a little love tap. But with that said, I think, even if we're granting the premise of saying it's wrong to do it to adult women, which I can understand because obviously it's kind of infantilizing, I think the reason why is because with children we would say that they are not capable of like having rational discourse in the way that adults are. So you might say like that a more legitimate form of conflict resolution with an adult woman would involve like having a discussion about your various priorities and kind of deciding what makes the most sense, what works best for both of you. Whereas obviously with a child, that is much more difficult to do because they'll just be like screaming. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. If you're supposedly so serious about a theory not contradicting itself, maintaining logic, etc., how are you Christian? I know it's about faith and I respect that. It's just that the Bible contradicts itself many times, was written in ways that were badly translated to convey certain things, etc. You probably know that. And I'm not going to make this comment too long. Also, I'm kind of lazy right now, but I just wanted to know your opinion on this matter. Congrats on the 30k. Thank you. So long story short is I don't think Christianity is really contradictory on any important point. I think that it contradicts itself on some historical stuff, but that's fine because Christianity is not a historical text. I'm not recommending Christianity as a historical textbook. I'm not recommending the Bible as a historical textbook. You can use it in some cases. In some cases, it lines up with actual history. But it's not a historical textbook. It's not a science textbook. It's a theology textbook. And the theology doesn't contradict. The theology is insanely coherent. And that is basically why I'm a Christian, because you have across over 1,000 years, hundreds of authors, or at least dozens of authors, all communicating this incredibly similar, coherent message. I can't really go into it right now, but it's you really need to look into the theological substance of the Old Testament, and if you do that, you will hopefully come to realize how miraculously coherent biblical theology is. So that's kind of what I would say in that regard. And you said contradiction words. Oh, and as for the translation stuff, I don't think the Bible's been badly translated in any sense. I mean, what evidence do we have it's been badly translated to prove certain points? I feel like, I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about there. I was going to say, like, are you talking about Christology? But that's a supposed development within the text. I'm not aware of any argument that translations of the Bible apart from like the obvious ones, like the New Living Translation, which obviously has been changed to fit Jehovah's Witnesses theology. But in terms of like academically produced translations, like the KJV, the NIV, the ESV, the the NRSV, all of those are just pretty normal, right? They basically just seem like a sincere attempt to reflect the substance of the text. So I just don't really think that your premise is correct, really, on either point. I mean, like, I wouldn't say that the Bible contradicts its theory. It might contradict its historical account of events it describes at some points, even though I think even that is overstated. But yeah, I don't think it particularly contradicts itself very many times, and I don't think the translation thing is accurate at all. Right, I will have a break, and next time you see me, the lighting will probably be different, because I will be it'll be a new day. My, like, headphones match my, oh wow, I'm really stylish. Yeah, the lighting seems better. I've got a blur on my glasses. Let's go. Next question. Let me just check everything looks okay. I haven't actually checked. If the audio is screwed up, that's going to be really embarrassing, because whatever. All right. From what I understand, you hold on to socialist/communist, I just gave up there, economic belief system, and you think that the government should be deeply involved in the economy. So, to what extent exactly should the government be involved, and which tools should it use to manage it in your country? Do you have a concrete plan, or at least some thoughts on how the UK government should solve the current crisis without creating a risk of getting into another one right away in case of governmental policies going poorly once again? Thank you for your attention. So I'm going to make a video about this very soon. In fact, all going well, I've already scripted that very video before before this video even goes out. When I release that video, I'm not quite sure. My plan is basically to get the video pretty much done and then work out. The thing is, I try and have a mind towards what videos I think are going to go well and better. I don't think this video is going to do very well, for example, just because who cares? And therefore, I am just going to try to release that video at a point where I've had some other videos do well, because I don't think that video is going to do very well, and I don't want to have like a whole month of videos not doing very well. You get what I'm saying? So essentially, I already have a video on that topic which I will release. I think the broad thing I would touch on is I think that planned communities are very important. I would actually argue almost everything in society extends from housing and transport, right? Because if you deal with housing and transport, you can completely change the way that communities are structured, and you can make it so that there is a great sense. You talk about, for example, I mean, you didn't talk about that, but people talk about reviving town centers. How do you do that? You change the way that cities are oriented so that they have free public transport going into local centers that people hang out in, and that creates much more of a community rather than any sense of isolation. And that's, I think in a singular word, that is what solves the problem, or singular word. If that was a singular thing, I would say solves the problem, it's that. Because almost everything else can be fixed from there. And that from there you can fix society, you can address crime, but also you can just make people feel more enthused about the country they live in if they have these nice communities, right? You can't be, people essentially, I don't blame anyone. This is kind of my stance on when people talk about benefit fraud and stuff like that. I don't blame anyone whose entire attitude is I want to just loot the country. I want to abuse the system. I want to just get as much as I can out of it while contributing as little as possible, because we do not live in a society right now that encourages a sense of community and a sense of people working together, working for the common good. I am going to take my headphones off because it's ridiculous. I'm not listening to anything. Anyway, so that's kind of my attitude. It all extends from there, and that is something that would involve the government being very involved. The thing is, I want to solve problems such. I don't think in the long term the government needs to be involved in anything as much, because But I suppose, I support nationalizing things like water, like transportation, like energy. It's just because to me, I think it seems obvious those things should be nationalized. Anyway, so that's pretty much the answer. But again, I'm going to make a whole video about this topic, so that's why I'm kind of being a bit... I'm skimping on the details, because if this interests you, you should watch that video when it comes out. Question. What was your academic journey like? Primary/secondary school and uni? Yes, okay, so I'll tell you some interesting facts. When I was primary school, I went to, first of all, a little village school, and that was like tiny, and nothing of consequence happened there, except one time I ate grass, and then a teacher came out and was really angry about it. It was really weird. They like stormed out from... This was like, being in a village, they had quite a large field for like recreation. And I swear the teachers seemed like they were miles away. I have no idea how they possibly saw me. Anyway, they're like, you can't eat grass. So from there, it doesn't get any better. So essentially, I actually have an interesting fact. This is something which I feel like there's some broader intrigue I could bring about from this. But essentially, I actually used to be in the like special kid program. And when I say special, I mean stupid special, not smart special. Like when I was in primary school, while all the other kids were doing English and maths, and maybe science, I can't remember if like we had the system for science as well. I went away with like somewhere between 6 and 10 other children where we learned like basically how to be less stupid. So that was the thing. The only interesting detail about that though is that I remember actively liking that and being very happy when I found out. So I was in it for 1 year and I was like, this is so easy. This is awesome. And then the next year when I found out that I was in that class again, I was like, yes. And then my friend was like, wait, you're happy about that? I was like, yeah, like it's the really easy version of the, like, why would I not want to do that? That's like, what about, like, what, like I get to go to a special room and just have someone be like, 2 + 2 is 4, 2 + 2 is 4, over and over again. I'm like, yeah, this is great. 2 + 2 is 4. But then what happened is my mum, and I'll never forgive her for this, took me to a, like, after school learning thing, and then I don't know, I genuinely, I don't know how true this is. Like a cynical interpretation is that now realizing that being stupid was actually meaning I had to do more work, so I had to go to these after school classes, I then rapidly decided to actually start being smart. But what I do know is within the space of 1 year, I went from being in the stupid moron leg up program class to getting the highest grades in basically for at least one maths test. I think that for the end of that year, for both of the main maths tests, the calculator and non-calculator exam, I got the highest grade in the class. So that was basically my primary school. Like I was pretty good. Secondary school was also okay. I got some decent grades. I was never like, the thing is at secondary school, you suddenly realize there's like way too many people. So you're never going to be the best at secondary school. It's like a billion other children. So primary school is like, there wasn't that, like, the class was only, so my year group at primary school was only like 60 kids. So it wasn't that hard to be like the best. But the year group at secondary school was 4 times that. So what is that maths guy? 240. So yeah, basically a bit of a difference. The only thing that I really remember, so I got okay grades. The only thing is, so this is two fun facts about me and secondary school, both relating to the fact that I was never ever in the top class. I was in the B group for English, I was in the B group for science, and then in the maths group, I got into the A group, and that was also, maths was the only subject where they then decided to create the A star group. So I was always in like the second rung from like the elite flights. I also went down to the C group in English, but that was because there was this one English teacher who really, really hated me. Like, I don't know why she just hated me. And I don't even think my grades, it's possible that because she hated me, I just let my grades suffer. But I think the other possibility is that she actively like sabotaged, like basically said, put this guy in the C group because I hate him. But then like what was really weird about that is I ended up, so English literature is the only subject I got an A star in. And the main reason for that is that it just so happened that the woman who was teaching the C group for English was a really good teacher. And because I was like not a bad English student, I basically got really good quality teaching while also being quite naturally good at English writing anyway. So I essentially managed to get just insanely high marks for all of my coursework that I was doing while she was my teacher. And yeah, I think I kind of fell off a bit because then eventually what happened is I got put into, like, I then went up a group. So like, this guy should clearly not be in the C group. And then I think my grades dropped a little bit, but enough that like it basically the amount of good grades I got at the start meant it still balanced out very much in my favor. So that was cool. The only other thing is, yeah, I also had I was in the B group for science, but the teacher recommended that I be put in the A group. And if I would have been put in the A group, that would have meant that essentially I got an extra GCSE. I'm not going to explain how. There's a particular way that the science GCSE works in the UK, and it would have meant that I would have got an extra GCSE. But what happened is I wasn't put in the A group, and then I just didn't say anything about it, which my mum was annoyed about, because she was like, "Hey, you should like mentioned that." You know, that you were told this thing was going to happen and then it didn't. Anyway, but that's basically it. And then, oh wait, you mentioned university too. I suppose, yeah, what I should say is that eventually I just got very, let's just call it depressed, towards the end of towards the end of, K through 12, as they call it in America, even though in the UK it's more like R through 13 because it's reception through to year 13. And then I didn't get into the university I wanted to, blah, 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 blah. Then I ended up somehow just like bizarrely getting into a pretty good university, even though I wasn't even really trying. I went to the University of York, and at York, annoyingly, I feel like a lot of the time, not always, but I feel like sometimes I've been burnt out because essentially when I was at York, the grades I got in the first year were the best. And then they just got worse and worse and worse as time went on. So not great. Anyway, essentially for me, you know, it's all just been hampered by mental issues for the most part, later on. But overall, I mean, it was fine. You know, I have like, I wish I would have made more of university socially, but whatever. It's how it is. Question for your AMA. Many positions, some of them even reasonably, get bundled into the trans/woke/leftist ideology. Which position commonly associated with the trans-woke leftist crowd do you agree with, if any? For me, it is the need to fight climate change. Okay, so you just entered. I was actually, like, as I was reading that, I was thinking, climate change? Yeah, so I think that climate change is serious. My stance on it, as I kind of already said, is a stitch in time saves nine. I'm not worried that the planet is going to explode anytime soon. I'm just worried that food prices are going to go up, immigration is going to increase, the cost of living is going to go up, electricity is going to become more expensive. Just like basic things, like that's kind of my stance on it. I mean, I agree with, I suppose the other woke leftist thing I would agree with is Palestine, and there's also, I mean, there's a fact that like I would agree with some of their arguments, but then there's a question of, do I broadly agree with the movement? Like a good example recently is that someone said that, and this is a reference to the whole Charlie Kirk thing, they said, oh, Charlie Kirk was assassinated and the conservatives didn't riot and didn't burn down cities, but when George Floyd was killed, they did, leftist progressives did riot and burn down cities. And I kind of responded saying, wow, it's almost as if one of those things speaks to a systemic issue that would cause massive resistance, while the other one was just a lone. Like, that's the thing. It would be really stupid for conservatives to burn down a city because Charlie Kirk got assassinated, because they don't believe that, like, the system broadly in society is what caused that. I mean, they're guys in charge. They can't really think that at all. Whereas, of course, whatever you think of it, when Black Lives Matter people thought, oh, you know, like, the police are killing unarmed black men, that's a systemic issue in their mind. Like, they were literally angry at the police. The police are quite a basic part of society. So obviously their grievance was with society at large. Of course it makes sense that they would then burn down a city. So I thought that was just a really individually stupid argument. But then at the same time, it's not as if I fully agree with Black Lives Matter. So there we go. I mean, that's just one of them. But yeah, I think climate change is a standout one. Palestine, that's another, like, common one. I do agree with, like, economic stuff, but then I also feel like there's people on the right who kind of recognize the need for, like, nationalizing some stuff, not having private corporations controlling everything. So I'm not even sure if that's, like, an exclusively woke left position. I think if we're talking woke, we'd usually be talking more identity politics rather than economic stuff, in which case, yeah, for me, a lot of it's, like, issue by issue. My question for the Q&A: a modified trolley problem. So imagine the default trolley problem, but instead of the trolley killing the people tied to the tracks as it ran them over, it actually convinces them that they should transition rather than killing them. The rest of the scenario is as expected. You can pull the lever to divert the tranny. You can pull the lever to divert the trolley onto the rail with 5 individuals, or let it hit the lone person on its current trajectory. Would you pull the lever? What about if the singular person was someone you had a personal connection with? Okay, so the question here is, would I, like, I'm just trying to work this out. So the question is, would I rather 5 people transition than 1 person die? And my instinct is to say, I would rather 5 people transition than 1 person die. I suppose you could say, will, like, those 5 people have a worse quality of life? I mean, the other situation here is, of course, you have to consider, what are the odds? Like, who are these 5 people who are transitioning? I'm not someone who, like, you know, obviously, you know, my instinct is to say that with philosophical thought experiments, you should just accept the question as it is and not try to, like, find some clever way around it, because I think that's just stupid. But in this case, I do think talking through the variables of it is a bit relevant. For example, you know, are these people who will, because, like, trans people, whatever else you can say about them, I think most of them believe that transitioning is the right thing to do. And as such, in some sense, they would say, yeah, I'm happy I did this. It was the right thing to do. And honestly, a lot of them probably will go to their graves, you know, it's a bit morbid, but yeah, basically still thinking, yeah, this was the right thing to do. So if we're talking a situation where, you know, basically those 5 people, most of them, like, let's say 4 of them, probably even more than 4 of them on average, but let's say 4 of them, will be like, yeah, this was the right decision, I'm glad I transitioned, and maybe one of them has a dislike, but that's still, like, better than someone dying. As for, and the other thing is, like, how are they going to do in life? Because, like, there are, for example, if you're going to create 5 Blair Whites, I don't think that's such a terrible thing. I think Blair White is probably doing okay in the world. But then, like, if you're going to create 5 who are, you know, I don't want to, like, throw someone under the bus here, but, you know, like, you can just insert some example you can think of the kind of person who is trans, but in a way that most people are going to be like, that's a bit stupid. Like, that's a different situation. But on balance, I mean, it seems pretty obvious to me. I suppose this gets at the wider point that while I do think that, and I haven't said this, I think, before officially, but it is my position. While I talk about the trans issue because I find it very interesting and I think I know a lot about it, I really don't think it's that important of an issue. I have, like, there are so many issues that matter to me more and that I think are more important. So I'm giving this question a little bit more kind of consideration than it perhaps in the ultimate sense deserves, because the real answer is people transitioning isn't actually that big of a deal. By contrast, anyone dying is obviously a tremendous tragedy. As such, no, yeah, definitely 5 people transitioning is worth it to stop one person dying. Now, obviously, you could then say, well, doesn't that mean because of like the statistics of people taking their own lives? That is something which is the problem with that is, you can look at these interesting thought experiments and not consider too many of the variables. But as soon as you're then going to apply that to actual policy in the real world, then you do have to consider a lot more variables. Obviously it's a bit stupid with the trolley problem to be like, well, why are the people tied to the track in the first place? But in the case of when you're talking about, like, then if you try and apply a trolley problem to real life, you can start asking, well, why were these people tied to the track in the first place? Which is to say, why were we even in this situation in the first place? So that's why I say the only reason I gave it a bit of consideration is, of course, if we're talking about instead like 5 people being made to transition who then like are basically brainwashed, and just like how I would not like being transitioned to a woman, because I mean that is potentially torture, right? Like if you're talking about a situation, like if somebody brainwashed me or in some way manipulated me into mutilating myself and essentially, castrating myself, that would be a horrible, evil thing to do. Like that would, I think, probably actually be I don't know, I don't want to say worse than killing someone, but it would be a pretty, like, I mean, on balance, I would say torturing someone is worse than killing someone, and making someone emasculate themselves, dismember themselves in a way where in the long term they are going to actually recognize that what they've done was a horrible, terrible decision. That is kind of torturing someone. The analogy I'm like thinking of in my head is, I think that was like one of the Hannibal Lecter films. He like basically influences by, I think, like drugging someone into mutilating themselves, and they are quite angry about that, which they have a right to be, I would say. Can you describe in detail why you dislike the French? I don't dislike the French as much now. I think one reason why I have warmed up to the French is that I've seen a lot of people dislike them. And the thing is, a lot of people dislike them while at the same time disliking the UK. So I've seen like memes people have done of like maps of the world where France and the UK, or perhaps specifically England, are both removed. They're just like gone. And it will be like, oh, finally, it was all just a horrible dream, implying that, like France. And I get it's a meme. Like I think the hatred of the UK and France is like this sort of exaggerated thing. But it annoys me because, like I say, I think that the UK is the greatest country in the world. As for France, I mean, yeah, that's kind of why I guess we have to recognize that we are ultimately kindreds. I think the one thing I don't like about France is I think their whole, like, their particular view of secularism, where, like, the goal of the state is to liberate people from religion, is very stupid. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of it. Like, basically, I just think that, like, that policy, like, I think it goes against freedom. I think, like, people should have the freedom to do what they want, not the freedom to be liberated by the state. And I used to find French people very annoying because of, I don't know, they do kind of have like annoying voice, like their voice kind of, it's, to me, I've never fully understood the appeal of it being a sexy accent. Because to me it sounds like, it's kind of, it's very croissant. Oh, would you like a croissant? Like that's not sexy, is it? Croissant? Oh. Hello, Danny. Would you like a croissant? I made you breakfast in bed. I don't know. That doesn't sound hot to me. Like, why? If you're gonna say French is an attractive accent, why not like Scouse? I made you a croissant. No one thinks that. Anyway, but the French are alright. Question for the Q&A. Is your opposition to trans ideology purely rational? I find myself struggling to identify with the gender critical position because you embody it in a way that is purely rational and intellectual. When to me, and I imagine many other people, my rejection of trans ideology is not purely rational, it is moral as well. The amount of hateful, mentally ill, and downright psychopathic behavior I've seen from the trans community means that I'll never ever accept it regardless of the fact that it's logically incoherent. It shows me that this is the kind of people, it shows me that the kind of people this ideology produces, and therefore regardless, I completely read this. Apologies. I tried to correct your grammar and then realized halfway through that your grammar was actually okay and I was just reading it with the wrong inflection. It shows me that this is the kind of people this ideology produces, and therefore, regardless of its truth claim, I have a moral objection to it. This is why I often refer to myself as anti-trans rather than gender critical. So my question for you is your objection purely rational? Is there no moral content to your objection to trans ideology? And if it is, why is it? Okay, very good question. I've wanted to make a video for a while, even though, it would be a bit controversial because it would be pushing back. But essentially, the video was inspired by, the idea for the video was inspired by this one Facebook post I saw, which was this, obviously gender critical person who is, the kind of traditional gender critical person, which is to say broadly left-wing, progressive, feminist, sort of talking about being gay and saying, obviously being gay is fine, there's nothing wrong with being gay, we need to protect gay people from trans ideology. And one of the replies was, I actually disagree because I personally think being gay is disgusting. And I can't exactly, I'm sort of summarizing what was said there. But the specific wording and intonation kind of made it sound like, actually, being gender critical is all about just finding trans people disgusting. And I find gay people disgusting. Therefore, by the same logic that I am gender critical, I ought to be critical of homosexuality. And I always thought to myself, you stupid moron. No one cares what you find disgusting personally. That doesn't matter. Gender critical is not about having a, emotional aversion to trans people, ew, gross. So even if you think that about people being gay, that's got nothing to do with being gender critical. And I kind of wanted to make the video. And the video would probably be called Disgust. And the point would be, it's not about being disgusted. Now, having said that, you are not talking about disgust. You are talking about a moral issue. So let me say it this way. And I kind of did a video. So I did a live stream recently of Rubble of Empires where I actually related this to Zionism. But one reason why I don't like talking about the moral issue is because usually I find, perhaps counterintuitively in some people's minds, that you can make less compelling arguments when you are talking about morality. And it's not that morality is subjective so much as it's that morality is more complicated. As soon as you get into a moral argument, you are then having to, let's just ignore the fact that you have to be working on certain values that you just have to hope that other people accept. Because, I might say, I think it's wrong to do this to children or whatever. And so on. I say, well, I think it's fine. The other issue, of course, is that 9 times out of 10, if you're making a moral argument, you're probably going to have to use some kind of statistics. And the issue with statistics is that everyone's got a statistic, right? You can say, oh, there was a and this is why I personally I literally happened to, almost the very video I watched before I started this was this woman talking about abortion. It was a debate on Jubilee. And, the woman who was arguing one position made a very direct claim of, did you know that this is a thing that's true of abortion? And then the other person responded to that by saying, oh, you're basing that on this study, but did you know there's a lot of problems with that study, blah, 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 just listing off all the methodological studies. And I'm that is a lot of, essentially you are if you try and make a moral argument, 9 times out of 10, you are staring down an endless chasm of counters where you say, I have a moral issue with this. Okay, but this issue's worse. And that causes this. No, actually, that doesn't cause this. Okay, but no one really does that. No, actually, here's a study that shows this happens quite often. Okay, but that study's got some methodological issues. Okay, well, still, it seems to me like this makes sense. Oh, but then this study contradicts you. No, but I think that study has methodological issues. Okay, but and essentially, that's the situation. And you're not really very likely, I think, to change people's minds. And I think actually, as such, morality is a really good way of obfuscating truth. Because it's, yeah, it's just way too easy for people to get into the nitty gritty of, well, what exactly is happening here? Whereas if you just focus on the question of how fundamentally are things, like what is the actual nature of this claim, I think that is much more valuable. So as such, the first thing I would say in response to your kind of line of inquiry is that regardless of my moral issues with trans identity, I still don't think that's a useful thing to talk about. And that's why when I do talk about it, I usually mention it on the side, and I do mention it on the side. That's the thing that I would stress. Like, I do talk about women's privacy, stuff like that. So yeah, I don't think anyone can accuse me of like completely ignoring people's moral issues of trans identity and the, I think, validity of that. However, as for like the when you talk about like moral issues, I'm not quite sure exactly what your moral... your stated moral issue is the behavior of trans people. So I'm just like realizing, or the behavior of trans allies. There is one issue of that, of course, which is that people can be complete idiots but still be right. Like there can be movements. Like one of my growing thoughts in life is that everyone's an idiot except me. So I used to think, the other side thinks this stupid thing, but they're wrong. And I know they're wrong for this reason. But then what I'd realize is that actually, 9 times out of 10, the reason the other side thinks this stupid thing is because the people on my side are making stupid arguments. So ultimately, I can't really be mad at the other side for being stupid because the people on my side are stupid. It's just like, essentially, 90% of discourse is stupid people where one group happens to be right. Like, that's it. It's stupid people arguing each other, but one group happens to be stupidly arguing for a position that, by no fault of their own, is the correct one that they happen to have stumbled upon. So, like that, and that's obviously kind of related more to stupidity than morality, but I would say that stupidity and morality kind of link into each other, and that people who are bad at making intellectual arguments are much more likely to make emotional and kind of aggressive arguments, and that's probably what you're objecting to. In my view, it's a bit awkward because you then, apart from the fact that you could say, well, an idea can be incorrect or an idea can indeed be correct and still produce people who aren't particularly savory, who hold to that idea. There's also the fact, does the average person online, in a debate, even understand what they're talking about? And then there's the issue of, it's kind of about perception, right? Because some people might say, oh, well, most of the high profile pro-trans people are just kind of regular normal dudes. Like, when you think about it, just the average person who's like, oh yeah, I think trans identity is good. They're probably not going to be some rabid, angry person. The kind of unwashed masses who ferally defend trans identity, those are not actually prominent in the movement, but they are a large number. Whereas the flip side is, you could say that people like Graham Linehan are a bit more aggressive with their wording, and that could be people are like, well, that's not good, right? So that's kind of how it is. It depends how you want to slice it. So I don't know if I would be entirely confident saying, yeah, the big problem with the trans identity movement is that it's so much more horrible and mean compared to the gender critical movement. Because yeah, in some sense it is, in terms of maybe your mid-level enthusiast who cares enough about it to have an opinion but doesn't care enough about it to actually mind their optics. But then you have the very casual people who don't care about it at all. They are technically pro-trans, but they're not aggressive about it. And then even the kind of people who push through the movement, I wouldn't say they're overtly cruel and mean. I don't think that Philosophy Tube or ContraPoints, or even people like Jessie Gender, Lily Alexander, all the people I've responded to, and I think very many of them have made really horrible, evil arguments. I just think they've made very stupid arguments. So I don't know. Me personally, that's not a reason. I don't think it needs to be a reason. Okay. Question. How can nerdy men find good relationships with women asking for a friend? Now, I will say this. I do not consider myself to be a nerdy man. Now, you might be asking for my advice, as a nerdy man, in which case I will try to provide it. But yeah, I don't know whether or not I'm not really speaking from experience here, in my point of view. But if you think of me as a nerdy man, and you think that therefore my advice would be useful, I'm happy to provide it. I would say, first of all, if you are nerdy, and like seriously nerdy, then you should have the advantage of having hobbies, right? See, one reason why I do not consider myself nerdy is that I actively regret the fact that I was not nerdy. Because when I was at school, I was just like a normal middle of the road guy. Like I was just like, whatever. I like played football. I just like hung out. Like that was my version of like when essentially my social life was people would be like, oh, you want to go down to the pavilion and like kick a football around? I'm like, yeah, sure, go do that. And we do that and we just talk. And then when I was in sixth form, I dated a girl who basically was a nerd. Like she was part of the nerd group. She was, you know, she didn't look like a nerd is what I'll say. But she, you know, so I kind of didn't fully realize she was as nerdy as she was, like, and she had all the kind of nerdy interests that she did, until we started dating. And then I found out that she had like all of these nerd friends, and they would do like nerd things. Like they would play board games and like, well, mostly board games, but like, you know, they like did activities together, because like that's kind of one of the defining features of being a nerd in a way, like having an interest that you care about. And I was like, oh, this is awesome. I was like, man, I wish I was a nerd. I didn't realize, like, like hanging out, like just to kick a football around on a field, boring. But yeah, and I feel like really, obviously in my case, I, as a handsome man, ended up being like having this nerdy girl have a crush on me. And, you know, I was like, yeah, cool. Awesome. Let's do this. And then I found out via that, oh, being a nerd is also like, to me, that's why the question of like, how can a nerdy man find a girl is like a very weird question. Because from my perspective, I'm like, well, I was dating a woman whereby I discovered the world of nerddom. So I'm like, oh, from my perspective, having a girlfriend is the entry point into being a nerd. Whereas, of course, what you're looking for is, well, how can I, as someone who is a nerd, gain an entry point into having a girlfriend? And so, but then I kind of wonder, like, when you say you are a nerd, what do you mean by that? Because, like I say, if to you being a nerd means being really into board games, really into chess, really into, you know, like activities and stuff like that, I would even say, like, in my view, like Nintendo and like to an extent, like gaming, especially if it's like old games, strategy games, stuff like that, that can be kind of nerdy. Being into anime, that's definitely nerdy. That's not something which I have any experience with myself. I did watch Death Note. It was fine. But yeah, if that's the case, I would think you probably can get a girlfriend, right? And possibly like a pretty hot girlfriend. Like that's the other thing about this, you know, obviously, you know, you need to think about exactly what would constitute your looks match. You can't be walking around not particularly attractive and thinking, oh, I'm going to get like a 10 out of 10 bombshell. But you, like a lot of these nerdy girls are very pretty. I think that's a fair way of putting it. But, you know, because they're nerds, they don't really have a frame of reference for, like, basically all the other guys around them are really ugly. Let's be real there. So that could be worth doing, essentially. You could do that. The other thing I would say is, and this is my advice that I give to everyone, is you might consider going to church. Now, I would not say that someone should go to church with the intent of leading a woman into sin and being unequally yoked with somebody. But if you were to go to church and find that you actually considered the message of Christianity compelling enough to commit to it, then you are in a position where there are lots of nice women around you who would, could be a girlfriend and even indeed, hopefully something beyond that. And the thing is, again, there is, let's be real here, a lot of, certainly in the UK, the church environment is very nerdy. Like there's no way around. Like there's the circle, or whatever, the Venn diagram of like nerdy and, evangelical in the UK is basically a circle. Like every single like ever since like at my church, like the young adults group is just constantly being like, hey guys, let's do a board game. Like essentially all the things that were on my radar as nerdy are things that I'm now aware of everyone doing for all of the social events at church. By the way, I'm actually going to a social event at church this evening as I record this, so that's cool. So I guess like that would be like another thing to consider. But really the upshot is make friends with people. And I think the benefit of making friends with people is that you can find out who they are independent of dating them. And like that's obviously a lot better, right? Because if you are dating someone, you might end up dating someone who's not so great. I mean, that's the other thing you can do. You can just lower your standards a lot and just be like, well, I'm going to date someone who's, not fantastic, but who cares? Still, it's technically at the end of the day, they are a human being. So you're winning. And if you're a guy, you have the benefit of the fact that the worst case scenario is that this terrible girl's like a bit crazy, but she's like not going to kill you. So like for a woman, you got to be a little bit more kind of on your guard. Whereas, and especially like if you're a nerdy guy, it's very unlikely you're going to be, because like the other thing is you could say, well, what if, and this would be the concern for a woman, what if a guy wants too much? Then that is not a particularly safe situation to be in. If a guy wants more physically than you are willing to do, and that's why I would say with women, be very cautious. But if you're a guy, especially a nerdy guy, the kind of girls you're likely to meet, I don't think you're going to have to worry about the woman like being like, no, come on, you're so pretty, let me just, and like basically aggressively pursuing you physically. So you don't be a coward and just man up. All right. How's life in Englandistan? There we go. Sorry, Englandistan. I'm just trying to think exactly because I want to pronounce it like Pakistan, Englandistan. Anyway, or Afghanistan, I suppose is how I'm really pronouncing it. I will say, by the way, two things. First of all, I'll answer the question with a mind towards how are things in England, and then I will just respond with a mind towards the particular implied Muslimness of England that you're getting at. The first thing is this. Where I'm living right now is about half an hour's drive from where I used to live, but my family still live where I used to live. And I am so floored by how lucky I am to live in this country. Where I live is not that nice of an area. This house I live in is not that expensive. It's a big house. It's a nice house. It's not that expensive because the area I live in isn't even considered that nice. If I look out my window, I can see a church tower, like the steeple, the kind of steeple of an old-fashioned church. And that is like I am just surrounded not just by history, but this really rich, beautiful, inspiring history. A history unparalleled, I think, by any other civilization. Just everywhere you look, there's these old like Victorian houses, these they're like that just ancient church that I can just see from, like, I just look out my window and I can just see this church tower. But yeah, especially the drive from where I live now to where I used to live, I go through so many villages, or at least past villages that I can turn into if I'm so inclined. And there are these hills, and as you get to the top of the hill, you can just look out and you just see farmland, forests, rivers. I believe I live, so I'm happy to give you a rough idea of where I live. Proximal to, and I believe what I'm seeing is at least some extension of the Great Ouse Valley. And it is one of those things, like, I think sometimes you have to, like, something that I always think about with, like, fantasy is, in our head, the idea of, like, unicorns. That seems like very, like, oh, can you imagine if unicorns exist? But it's like, actually, a unicorn, like, if it did exist, no one would really think that much of it, you know? And it's kind of that interesting question of how... Because I would contend there are fantastical ideas that if they did exist, we wouldn't actually consider them that fantastical. And then there are things that do exist in our real world that if they didn't exist, we would consider them fantastical. Like elephants could possibly be an example. If you said, yeah, there's this giant animal that has like a nose and like it like uses its nose to grab things, people would be like, okay, Tolkien, like whatever. But yeah, there's many examples of that, of kind of these ideas where you have to think, is this something that is actually fantastical and I am just used to it? But if this did not exist, it would be considered too good to be true. And that is my enduring thought with regards to England. Every single time that I am confronted with the beauty of England, both natural and human, I think this country, if people didn't know, like if this country didn't exist, it would be considered, and of course you could almost say this is like an obvious point because so much fantasy is based on England, but yeah, if this country didn't exist, it would be considered fantasy. This idea of actually just being able to, again, obviously in the modern world, it's driving. Maybe in the olden days it would have been like taking a horse and cart, but just like through these villages, these green, expansive woodlands and farmland and old cobbled paths and whatever, and just all of that. I feel like that's something which I try to appreciate. So how is England? It is good. With England, I always feel like it's something where there can always be an effort to improve it. And in principle, I feel like England is, it struggles to be as it should be, because how it should be is, because in principle, England should be just like 10 out of 10, like the best place in the world to live. Everyone should be constantly thinking, who doesn't live in England? They should be thinking, why on earth do I not live in England? Oh my goodness, I need to get there. I need to. And it's not entirely at that level, but it's still doing pretty good. Like again, considering how crap, like the one thing that I'll say is to the credit of England, is the rest of the world is so crap. Like that's the thing. I have so many criticisms of England. There is nowhere else I even come close to wanting to live. Nowhere. I think Japan's kind of nice, but then like they've got the whole thing of like, their population's collapsing. Half of their society seems to be suicidal. Like everywhere has these like massive issues. I was like, in England, yeah, we've got some issues, but I'm like, I don't know, where else would you live? And then I think like, goodness me, like a lot of the problems in England, it feels like we could fix them. And I'm like, well, then, that's not even fair to the rest of the world. Like England is no better in terms of how well it's being managed by the rest of the world, and yet it's still so much better in terms of how it actually is. So yeah, anyway, that's how England is. Now, as for the Englandistan thing, and like the idea that England is this particularly Muslim country, I grow increasingly unimpressed with this like concern about Muslims in the UK. And essentially, for me, what like ended it, just like I was just like, I am done with the politicization of the Islamification of the UK was Gaza. And the reason why is because all of these Muslims come out right, but it's not like the majority of people who care about this. They're not Muslims. They are woke, LGBTQIA plus leftists and all that kind of stuff. Queers for Palestine and all that. And by the way, a lot of the Muslims are like woke leftists. So essentially, like my attitude is that our woke postmodernist degeneracy has won the battle against Islam. Neither side is the dream, but kind of my attitude is like, why would I, as someone who supports the right thing, spend all my time worrying about Islam when, Islam's already got enough on their plate? They're having to deal with like people are like, Muhammad was the first feminist, and maybe he was a trans woman. But like, that's the thing. When you look at the politics of Islam in the UK, yes, some of it is like occasionally you'll get these more conservative Muslims who will like be like, oh, we should be allowed to murder people if they insult the Prophet. But at the same time, in seemingly equal measure, you'll get the like woke Muslims who are basically like, Muhammad actually taught us to love gay people, and then there's just the degeneracy of stuff. So, for example, by contrast, and this is always a thing that I forget, or it's like something which is kind of interesting about me, but I'm like, whatever, I take it for granted, is that when I was growing up, my best friend was a Muslim, and the only reason why I find it kind of interesting is sort of like the thing where like nowadays I talk about Islam occasionally, and I don't really care about it one way or the other, but like I guess technically speaking, it's like a big part of my life, right? Like for most of my childhood, my best friend was a Muslim, but I was speaking to him a while ago. We haven't like spoken properly in a probably longer than we should have. But yeah, basically, I think we were talking about like meeting up, and I was like, oh, do you want to like go to the pub or something? And I was like, oh, like do you drink? Because like, he's a Muslim, right? Do you drink? And he was like, oh yeah, I do everything. So I guess like implying like maybe he does drugs and stuff like that. But yeah, like that's the thing. Most of the problem of this whole like, oh, how about Islamistan thing is that most of the actual like Muslims you meet regularly are just like normal people who most of the time don't even like follow the religion. Like either they are kind of like woke and politically motivated to essentially actively push for left-wing progressive, totally non like theocratic values, or they are like politically neutral, but just like they're just beyond, like they're just not traditionally Muslim in their lifestyle. Like the other guy I know who's like a Muslim, I mean, he's dating a white woman. She's not a Muslim. She's not like wearing a whatever. And like, he's just like a normal guy. So that's the thing. And as for like, and I do think there probably are like these communities of like Muslim people. But I think the one thing that people always forget is that there aren't that many Muslims in the UK. And even fewer of those are like these like radical Muslims. So when people said, oh, there's places in Birmingham that are just filled with Muslims, like completely Muslim dominated neighborhoods. Okay, cool. But you gotta bear in mind that the very fact that all of those Muslims are there means they're not anywhere else, right? So essentially it's just decreasing the amount of like time I'm going to spend interacting with them. So like that's always kind of the weird thing about it to me, to be like, oh, there's like however many like radical Muslims in the UK, but then if like 90% of them all live in Bradford or wherever, I'm quite far away from Bradford, so it's just not going to affect me. And like there are, like that's the thing, there are Muslims, like there are some people who I see like walking off to the mosque in their little outfits on the street in which I live. And yeah, I guess like they obviously take the faith seriously, but even then, they're not running around machete in hand or anything like that. So yeah, I'm not particularly concerned about the Istan aspect of the Englandistan. It's interesting to me that you claim to be a Christian and to go to church. Okay. Well, I do go to church, but yes. And yet you also say you support same-sex relationships. Would you explain justification for that from a biblical perspective? In this video specifically, you say that the genders of the people in the relationship don't come into your assessment of it, but the Bible very directly calls out same-sex relationship and intercourse as sexually immoral and sinful. Thoughts? Yes, so one, I think it's worth bearing in mind that a lot of what I say on this channel is argued from a secular perspective. So I am saying in terms of, because I believe from a secular perspective that marriage is good, that faithful, monogamous, committed relationships are good. And I believe they are good because of those defining qualifiers I just added. They're faithful, they're monogamous, they're committed. I think that is a good foundation for society. I think that the fact that I am married to my wife and we are going to stay together for the rest of our lives and we are going to have children and we are going to have this like nuclear family, that's not a religious thing. That is a what is best for society thing. So that is like a secular reasoning. And therefore what I was saying is, I don't see why, based on like that, and this is a conversation that people have, like, Michael Knowles, Ben Shapiro, these people who are conservative and they are religious, still, when they talk about like their issues with homosexuality, they try to frame it in terms of the idea that homosexuality is bad for society. But that's where I disagree. I don't think that it's a bad thing for two people of the same sex to be married. And I would say that with like people needing to be adopted and stuff like that, actually having more couples that are not capable of naturally having children is by no means a bad thing. So essentially, yeah, my stance on it is that when I defend homosexuality and I say that for me, the good things about marriage and why I'm pro-gay marriage, the good things about marriage are not contingent on the sex of the two people involved in that marriage. That is me arguing from secular principles, which, again, that's like the thing I do on this channel. Oh no, I've got some chocolate on my... I had some chocolate before I started. There's nothing, like, it's just one crumb falls on your shirt and suddenly you're like the fattest slob in the world. Like, anyway, and now the thing I would then say about that to transition is firstly that it immediately, one of the things that is striking to me about Christianity is so much of Christianity is consistent with secular morality, especially compared to most other religions like Islam, Judaism, these religions that have problems with their, entire system of ethics. I've been recording for way too long. Goodness me. This is why I shouldn't have had a break, because I just now feel like I can talk for a billion years. I've barely made any progress. Okay. Goodness me. Okay, whatever. But yeah, essentially, so I'll just say, I kind of have already covered the... So yeah, for me, one, my instinct is to interpret Christianity in a way that lines up with my secular ethics because, and I've said this before, I'm not a divine command theorist, I believe that Christianity should be judged by the standards of secular ethics. And that is, I think, the key strength of Christianity. Because for a Muslim, or any other religion, essentially, if you want to have a conversation about their ethics, it's always going to come down to, well, this horrible, evil thing is morally okay because my God says it is. And that's not how I think it is with Christianity, because we don't have to do that as much. If someone says, oh, why should you love your neighbor, even as yourself? Why should you show mercy to your enemies? Why should you, not judge people when you would be being a hypocrite and you have issues yourself? These are not ideas we have to defend by saying, oh, because God says no, because that's the right thing to do. So with that said, because I think generally speaking Christianity lines up with secular ethics, my inclination is to say probably that is the standard by which we should judge Christianity. Does it line up with secular ethics? And that is why I'm inclined to read Christianity in a gay affirming way. And then as for how I do so, well, I kind of already covered this in a different video, a different question, which is because the idea of sexuality has been incredibly fluid across time and culture. As a Q&A topic, my understanding is that you are a Christian. How about explaining what you find as compelling evidence for the truth of Christianity? Well, I kind of already touched on this. I think if I was to say the singular biggest piece of compelling evidence, it is the miraculous theological coherence of the Bible. And I found out a recent example. This is something which I wasn't even aware of. So, I talk about things like the binding of Isaac, the story of Joseph, the... I'm trying to think what it was. What is it? Binding of Isaac, story of Joseph. Oh, I think the Passover as well. All of these things as prefigurations of Christ. And to me, one reason why not being a Christian doesn't make much sense is because when I talk about these things, I talk about them as prefigurations of Christ because they are so obviously setting up Jesus Christ. If I was to be an atheist, I would have to say, oh, these are all just a load of things that happen to line up with the story of Christianity. Or things that somehow Christianity was able to find all of these parallels and contrive it so the story of Christianity lines up perfectly with all these Old Testament ideas. And I don't find that especially compelling. I found out two more recently, which is... sorry, I was just thinking about the other one actually is in Adam and Eve, the story of the wounded person who crushes the serpent, who represents death, while at the same time being bitten on the heel by the serpent, which is of course another prefiguration of Jesus Christ, who crushed death by being killed by death. So, wow, awesome. But the other two examples I thought of recently is I was confronted with because someone was talking about this. One, the story of when Adam and Eve are initially discover their sin and basically, become accountable for their sin, the first thing they discover is their nakedness. And how does God clothe their nakedness? How does he cover their nakedness? He dresses them in an animal skin, meaning right from the start, you have this idea of an animal sacrifice. The shedding of innocent blood is the means by which human sin is covered. And that, so they cover their nakedness, their sin, with this skin that came from shedding of innocent blood. But then this is the other one, I'm just so shocked I never even realized this. The story of Cain and Abel. Why is it that Abel's sacrifice is considered so worthy while while Cain's sacrifice is considered totally deficient? Well, Cain was a farmer. Cain collected the vegetables, the crops and stuff like that, while Abel was a shepherd. And they both offer sacrifices from their, from basically what they're doing. And therefore, Cain offers the sacrifice of the fruit of his labor, his works, and that is not a sufficient sacrifice. But Abel offers the blood of a lamb as a sacrifice. He was a shepherd, right? So what was he sacrificing? He was sacrificing a lamb. And of course that is a prefiguration of Christian soteriology, that we are not saved, we do not impress God by showing him our works and saying, hey, look at all these things we've done. We impress him when we say, actually, we're going to put Jesus Christ, the Lamb of God, on the altar and say, this is the thing that we are offering up to you. We're saying, this is the person we want to represent us before you when you judge us. And that is a prefiguration. It makes no sense for me. Like, when you actually read the Bible and you understand, like, go into the Bible with the assumption it is a coherent story about Jesus Christ, and it works perfectly. And therefore, I don't think I can say, oh, this is actually just a story that happens to work. It happens to, like, you can reinterpret it as being about Jesus Christ. No, it just is about Jesus Christ. And the reason why, one reason why, of course, we can say this is because then, get the Bible, then get the Book of Mormon. Read the whole thing through and say, this is all about, Mormon. Or, get the whole thing, get the Bible, and then get the Quran. Read the whole thing through and say, this is all leading up to Muhammad and the final revelation of Islam as, the perfect revelation for humanity. It doesn't work. But you read the whole Bible and say, this is about Jesus, it works. So that is, to me, the most compelling, reason, really. Understanding that. What are your thoughts on women that fully lean into the TERF persona and embrace it, like Mary Kate Delvey? I've heard of that person. I think fully leaning into any political identity always runs the risk of being a bit schizo, right? Like, if you are going to be like, yeah, I'm like a TERF, blah, 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 and having that be your persona, I think it can be, it just runs the risk of, at the end of the day, politics is not that important. Your persona should really be about, just, what do you like? Your relationships, just stuff like that. But as for, just in general, women saying, hey, I'm a TERF and I don't care what you call me, how are you going to, insult me with that? I think that is a perfectly fine thing to do. And, yeah. I think that's a pretty short one to answer. I think people like reclaiming terms is typically always legitimate. Did you ever question your sexuality? Yes. When I was at university in first year, I made out with a dude and I didn't like it. I gave him a big old snog and he was, I didn't really like the beard. And I think had it gone any further than making out, I would have discovered more stuff I didn't like. So I questioned it only to very firmly arrive at the answer of, it's not for me. Yeah. And I mean, yeah, apart from that, I've already said, like, I think that there is complexity to sexuality. It's not as if there's like nothing about men that I can like I get it. I get men being hot. Like, they are pretty damn sexy, but it's just not for me. Like, that's an objective appreciation. Like, me personally, it's not really something I get. Oh, sorry. And then I didn't realize you added like the rest of the question, which is, as in, when you were younger, did you ever think that you were gay or bi? And the answer is, and this is of course very interesting because you must have commented this before I uploaded the video a while ago about how like my mum thought I was gay. I never really thought I was gay or bi. I think I had moments where thinking like, oh, I could be gay in a pinch, but it turns out I couldn't. For the Q&A, why do you, as a Christian, hate Catholics, think Catholics will burn in hell? You said in your Political Compass video. The Catholic Church was literally founded by Jesus Christ. So partially because of stupid things like that. Like, saying the Catholic Church was founded by Jesus Christ is dumb, right? Because a Mormon could say, like, Muslims say Jesus was a Muslim. Mormons say that Jesus came to like preach the same truth that Joseph Smith preached. I know I'm out of focus. I don't even care at this point. So this idea, like, it's so stupid to like say, oh, well, our church was founded by Jesus. No, it wasn't. And like, just to be specific there, my knowledge is that the first concrete evidence we have of any church upholding the definitively Catholic principles. So these would be ideas like the Pope having authority, like ex cathedra, that's basically infallible. But also things like the idea that we have to cooperate with God's grace. Like, that's a very significant defining feature of Catholic soteriology. These ideas didn't appear until the late 5th, early 6th century. Jesus Christ was 1st century. So, like, that's kind of like this idea of like, we found, like, no, that you're just making it up. So, and the other thing I would say about that is that Jesus Christ, this is something which a lot of people don't seem to realize. Jesus Christ did not start any church. He did not start any ministry, because when he showed up, everything he was preaching had already been pre-established by John the Baptist, right? Like, the story of the Bible, people don't seem to realize this. Why is it that Jesus was preaching to thousands of people? Because when Jesus shows up, John the Baptist is already preaching to many people. John the Baptist is already well regarded. Like, John the Baptist was so well regarded that Jesus used John the Baptist as a way to kind of like trap the Pharisees. Because he basically asked, like, hey, was John the Baptist commissioned by heaven or not? And the Pharisees are like, well, we can't say that he wasn't, because all the people consider John the Baptist to have been a prophet. So if we say that he wasn't, like, that, they'll get mad at us, and we can't have that happen. So interestingly, Jesus didn't say, do you think that I am commissioned by heaven? Presumably because that wouldn't have worked as well. So clearly, John the Baptist was actually the forerunner of Jesus Christ, who did a lot of the legwork. And indeed, this is exactly what we see in the Bible, where it talks about Elijah being sent before God to prepare the way for him. And John the Baptist was spiritually Elijah in this example. And this is if you read the Gospels, you will very quickly see John the Baptist is Elijah. Like, Jesus pretty much literally says the words, John the Baptist is Elijah. John the Baptist is the person who comes to prepare the way for the Lord. So if, I would say personally, if I start a church and I get a huge following, and then someone else comes along and takes over that church and runs with it, who started the church there? Me, right? So John the Baptist, he was the one who established, he was already preaching the gospel of repentance. He was already preaching all of the stuff, preparing the way for Jesus. And then he says, here's Jesus, and Jesus shows up. So who started the church? It was John the Baptist. I'm a Baptist. And I'm not, like, I know that's a little bit of a, you could say, what's the word? Etymological argument or whatever. Like, basically I'm saying, like, you could say, well, just because John the Baptist was, like, he's called John the Baptist, that doesn't mean that he was, like, literally a Baptist. And you're right. No, that doesn't mean he was. But he was. And of course, I mean, this gets to the other thing, right? Which is that Protestant evangelical theology is about going back to the Bible. So it's just so stupid to say, our church was the one founded by Jesus, but my church is the one that actually follows the stuff that is in the Bible. The words of Paul, the words of James, the brother of Jesus, the words of Jude, the brother of Jesus, the words of, and by the way, Catholics don't actually believe they were the brothers of Jesus. They have to say, oh no, it was the cousins. No, brothers meant cousins because you think Mary was an eternal virgin, which is stupid. Obviously, the words of Peter, the direct apostle of Jesus. Of course, Paul was an apostle of Jesus too. The words of Jesus himself, who at several times preached salvation by faith alone. Obviously, you can see it, of course, in the story of the rich ruler who asks, what good thing shall I do to enter heaven? And Jesus says, oh, you want to do a good thing to get into heaven? All right, if you want to do a good thing to get into heaven, be morally perfect. Keep all the commandments and give everything away that you have to the poor. And then of course, he says, it's impossible for these people to get saved. And his disciples say, well, if it's impossible, how can anyone be saved? And Jesus says, well, what is impossible for man is possible for God. So that's Jesus debunking Catholicism, right? Because a Catholic says, what good thing shall I do to be saved? Shall I go to confession? Shall I do baptism? Shall I do the Eucharist? What shall I go to church? Oh. My wife is talking to her brother outside. So, I think that's a sufficient addressing of, like, this idea that the Catholic Church founded by... And, the other issue with it is, Paul was already... Like, Catholics think it's worth anything, like an iota, that, there were, like, Catholics. That's the thing. Again, like I say, really you didn't have, like, the Catholic Church in any form until centuries after Jesus' time. But let's grant for a second that there were Catholics in the first century. Well, there kind of were, right? Right, there was that woman who said to Jesus, blessed is the womb that bore you, and the paps you sucked. So she's basically saying, blessed is Mary. Like, calling out, like, she sees Jesus and she says, yeah, but let's worship Mary. And Jesus says, rather, blessed is he who hears the word of God and does it. So you did have Catholics in Jesus' time, because you just have to look at the examples of people that Jesus was directly rebuking. But with that said, let's say there were Catholics in the time of Jesus. Paul was directly calling out false apostles, false prophets in his ministry. So it's literally, it drives me up the wall because it is worth nothing. The Catholics care so much about this fact that they have, we can show that we were there really early on. So what? It's not worth anything. As for why I hate them, why I would say they're going to hell, I partially find them frustrating because their arguments are so bad. Catholic arguments are stupid. So that's issue number one. As for why they're going to hell, well, because they are trusting in something other than the gospel. And more to the point, people talk about hell being locked from the inside. That basically the reason why people are in hell is because they would refuse, even if they were given the opportunity to get out, they would refuse it. When I speak to Catholics, like the Catholics who are committed to, like, you tell them that we're saved by faith alone, that Jesus Christ paid all of the punishment for our sins, they get mad at you. They get angry. How dare you say that? How dare you say that I'm not going to do anything to earn my salvation? Do you think that's going to change when they're dead, when they're in hell? They're suddenly going to be like, oh, actually, no, I've decided that I love Jesus now. No, they're going to continue to hate him because they're going to, like, someone like Trent Horn, he's not going to, like, suddenly be in hell and be like, oh, actually, you know what? No, I love the fact that Jesus Christ died, like, took the punishment for my sins. No, he's just going to be as angry about that as he ever was, and do as much as he can to corrupt that as he ever did. So yeah, that's kind of my stance. And yeah, I think it annoys me, for me, the fact that God loves you so much, and I say this all the time, that he would rather die than be in heaven without you. And this idea that God cannot abide with sin. That we've all done things wrong in our life, and God cannot be with us because of that. It's just beyond his capabilities. And therefore, he had to come down to earth to live a perfect life so he could be both the just and the justifier of the ungodly. I think that's beautiful. And it annoys me that people would, like, and if you're an atheist, that's fine, right? You don't believe it, whatever. That's a better excuse. But to say, oh, I'm a Catholic, I think that the Bible is true, you must really, really hate what it says then. Because that means you think it's true, but you still reject it. And I would say, like, that's hatred, right? It's hatred to think something is true, but still refuse to believe it. So I don't know. Yeah, I guess, like, maybe the question shouldn't be, like, why do I hate Catholics? It should be, like, why do Catholics hate the Bible? Okay, so for the Q&A, I guess one question I have, and we've touched on it in comments before, but just for a full-on Q&A, I want to ask, what exactly might make you consider going after the act of homosexuality in the same way you're critical of the trans ideology? Like, I don't know, what circumstances would need to change that make so you think it's necessary to speak on, I guess, is what I'm asking. Okay, so essentially the issue is my criticism of transidentity is a claim about reality. And homosexuality is not a claim about reality. So there's not really anything that could make me go after homosexuality in the same way I go against transidentity. As someone else pointed out, like, they asked, why don't I focus on a moral criticism of transidentity? Well, as they're touching on, I don't make a moral criticism of transidentity. So even if I thought homosexuality, there was a moral criticism to be made, I still wouldn't go after it. Because to be honest, if my only issue with transidentity was a moral criticism, I might not have started this YouTube channel. My interest was in the fact that transidentity is a claim about reality that I believe is incorrect. So, in short, there's nothing, because they are fundamentally different categories. Now, if you were to ask me what might make me think that homosexuality is immoral, pretty much nothing. So the issue, this is what it always comes back down to with me and homosexuality. I am not gay. I do not know what it is like to experience homosexuality or homosexual desire, and therefore I am not able to cast moral judgment on it. Like, I know, like, the reason why I can say murder is wrong is I don't know if I've ever wanted to murder someone, but I've known what it's like to really, really hate someone, to really, really not like someone. And therefore I can imagine, like, what it would be like to be like, oh, I hate someone so much I want to kill them. And I know that would be an evil thing, right? I know what it's like to look on another woman with covetousness, let's say. So that's why I know adultery is an evil thing. The problem with homosexuality is I do not know. The only frame of reference I have for homosexuality is to be like, okay, so, like, lesbians love women. Well, I love women. I have a wife. I love her. So I guess, I can imagine a lesbian having a wife and that lesbian loving her wife. But there's the problem, right? That's my only frame of reference, and that's a good thing. It's good that I love my wife. So it's good that lesbians love their wives. Like, that's the thing. There's just no way that I can think about it and be like, yeah, that's immoral. And the thing is, even if you were to show, X number of homosexuals engage in this particular evil activity, whatever it is, child abuse or whatever, the issue with that is, unless you can show every single one of them does, there's still the fact that I'd be like, well, obviously I already knew that thing was wrong, so I still don't have an issue with homosexuality. I have an issue with this other thing that's wrong that corresponds to that, but still, if there's any number of gay people who don't do that, well, why would I condemn them? It doesn't make sense to condemn a person who's not doing a thing based on the fact that other people they might share an identity with are doing that thing. That doesn't make any sense. Like that's just stupid. And then it's like, even if you showed that every single one of them is engaged in some other immoral behavior, I still don't have a problem with homosexuality. I have a problem with that behavior itself. There's just no scenario I can think of where I could possibly have an issue with homosexuality. Because the only argument, like, there's no way I can possibly think that the act of homosexuality itself is immoral. And there's nothing, anything that you were then going to say, oh, well, homosexuals do this thing. Well, I might have an issue with that thing, but that doesn't mean I'm going to say that homosexuality itself is immoral. All right. Q&A question. Do any of your close friends / family members watch your vids? Are any of them LGBT? Yes. So essentially, in a way, it's kind of made me feel famous. The first family member of mine to identify as trans that discovered my videos discovered them through like the algorithm, basically. Like not because of me, but because presumably this individual watches, like this individual identifies as trans, maybe watches some trans content and like saw my videos recommended. And as such found out about my content, which would have been like, I will say this, that must have been kind of, I do kind of feel sorry for them. And I can't imagine, like, obviously most people who identify as trans, they don't really realize the issues with it, I don't think. So this person just identified, had no reason to think I had an issue with it. And then saw like, oh, here's a video here's a video criticizing trans identity. Oh, wait, that's someone I'm related to. Like that would be very, I do kind of sympathize there. Like that would be a bit weird. Having said that, like personally, like as a Christian, for example, if I saw a video by someone I'm related to complaining about how Christianity is stupid, I wouldn't be horrified. It's like, okay, whatever. So there's that. That's the only person I know who really identifies as trans. Aside from that, there are people in my family who are varying degrees of like pro-trans, but most people don't really know about my channel, and which suits me basically, and to be honest, like I don't like even people. So like at church, for example, most people, well, everyone agrees with like me on the trans issue. But I still feel awkward like when people say, oh, what do you do? And I'm like, oh, I do YouTube. And like, I hate saying that first of all, like, oh, I do YouTube. So yeah, it's always a bit awkward for me, but, yeah, I actually, weirdly, this is very strange. I don't have any same-sex attracted relatives or friends. 0. Which is, you would think, like, kind of contradicts basic statistics, right? I consider it's weird. There's not a single same-sex attracted person in my family. The closest same-sex, like I'll put it in perspective, where we're at. The closest same-sex attracted person to me is my dad's cousin. So, and I only made it sound like 2 steps over, but of course in practice that's my dad's sister's daughter is a lesbian, and I very rarely see her. I actually do have some second cousins, so obviously that would be to me my second cousin once removed. I do have some second cousins and second cousins once removed who I see semi-regularly. In fact, just this past weekend, I was at a wedding for my second cousin, and I spoke to her and her husband, and we had it was a really great wedding. I loved it. But yeah, basically, short answer is I have a closer relationship with some of my extended family than others might have, but even still, to have the and bear in mind, like when we're talking about second cousins, we're talking about like dozens of people, right? Because I've already got, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have 11 cousins, 3 on my dad's side, 6 on my mum's side. That's 9. Okay, never mind. I have 9 cousins. There we go. But then, like you imagine, when we then go to second cousins, that's all of like the progeny of all of my great grandparents. Like, it grows exponentially. I have 1 sister, I have 9 cousins. I would imagine I have at least 30 second cousins. And again, even then, none of my second cousins, as far as I know, are gay. It's just my second cousin wants to be my dad. So yeah, it's crazy. I clearly come from a very straight family, which is curious. Why do you display so prominently the ESV in particular? Because it is the largest book I own, and therefore it automatically stands out. It is here, as you can see. But to be honest, I don't. So essentially, when I first became a Christian, this was the book that my pastor had, and it is obviously, it's a study Bible. So if you look, it has at some point that I thought that would focus a little bit faster. Hello. Come on, there we go. So as you can see, it has like notes, maps, stuff like that, which is useful. The thing is, I don't read it very much now. So even though I've actually considered potentially removing it, one reason is I am much more based and KJV pilled nowadays. So I read the King James Version. And the other issue is it being a study Bible. I think one of the things you realize later is that while there is value to extra biblical scholarship, but I think there's a lot of value to actually just being guided by the Holy Spirit. So I tend, there are, every now and then there'll be passages where I'll be like, oh, I feel like, there's knowledge, academic knowledge I need to know about this issue. So I will look in this and find stuff. Although recently I actually had someone, so this is a very famous Bible, I should say. This is probably one of the most famous study Bibles in the world right now. And it's very common. And I had someone from my church talking about owning this Bible and saying how sometimes there are verses he finds really confusing, and then he'll check the commentary section where it basically is supposed to provide shed more light on the verses, and there'll be basically nothing there, nothing that addresses his specific confusion. So yeah, that's the kind of situation. And I think in a way, obviously nowadays it's much easier to just, if there's a verse that's confusing you, type it into YouTube and essentially say, these are how different people are understanding it. And of course, that's something I'm doing on my religion channel now, which is taking confusing verses and providing my interpretation on them through YouTube shorts, which I hope will be a valuable resource to people. But yeah, so the answer is basically, it was the first Bible I owned. It just stands out because, it's such a big, chunky book compared to all my others. And therefore, I don't even know if you could say it's displayed so prominently. I think there are lots of other places it could be where it would still be just as even if it was here or whatever, you would probably still notice it because it's big letters, ESV. So yeah, that's my stance. It's just a big book that therefore you're more likely to notice. Also, do you have a particularly strong view on eschatology, theodicy, atonement, infant baptism, Trinitarian philosophy, ecumenical and interfaith relations, etc.? Well, if you'll forgive me, I'll ignore the etc. there. Just quite quickly. Particularly strong views on eschatology. Eschatology, post-millennial, if I'm in charge. Pre-millennial, if I'm not. Post-tribulation rapture. That's it, really. I mean, that covers everything. So I'll explain what that means. Okay, just if you don't know, in Christianity, we generally talk about, so there's these kind of two events that matter. And by the way, obviously without, as you can infer, if I'm talking post-millennial, I'm therefore talking preterist. But, okay, so there's two events that matter in Christianity. Well, 3. Okay, so 3. 1 is the tribulation. 2 is the 1,000-year reign of Jesus Christ on earth. which is called the millennium. So tribulation, millennium, and then 3 is the coming of man on the clouds of heaven. Basically, you can call it the second coming. And I suppose the 4th one we should consider is the rapture. So when I say that I am a post-trib rapture, so essentially, well, okay, let's just we'll talk about like post-millennium. So now you've got these like 4 events. For the distinction between post-millennialism and premillennialism, this doesn't really matter. Don't really worry about the rapture. But essentially, so premillennialism is the easier one to explain because you probably all know what that is, which is essentially there will be a tribulation where a literal singular antichrist rises to control the world, and he does a series of events, like all this different stuff. And after doing all of that, there will then be a second coming where Jesus Christ returns, and then there will be a millennium where Jesus Christ reigns on earth and everything's fantastic. And the reason that's called premillennialism is because Jesus Christ returns before the millennium. The significance of the pre-tribulation versus post-tribulation is that the pre-tribulation says that the rapture will happen before the tribulation. So if you've ever seen the movies, and obviously there was recently the guy who was saying, "Oh, there's going to be a rapture." This is as far as I'm concerned, an utterly unbiblical notion. Like, no matter what, this is nonsense. And this is the idea that you'll see in like movies like the Left Behind movies, which is that everything will just be completely chill, whatever, and then suddenly one day out of nowhere, all of the Christians will suddenly be magicked up into heaven, and then the tribulation will begin. And, the Antichrist will come and all that kind of stuff. That is the pre-tribulation rapture. The post-tribulation rapture, as you can probably imagine, essentially says that the Antichrist will reign and he will bring a tribulation upon Christians. So he will persecute Christians, meaning there have to be Christians there to experience the tribulation. And then the rapture won't happen until after the tribulation. So, obviously it's a bit more unfortunate for Christians. It means they have to go through this period of persecution before they get to the rapture. But there is a lot of, there are so many verses that, basically that is the correct position. And the pre-trib that you see in Hollywood and typically, the kind of the big indication that the pre-trib is nonsense is that 1, it's pushed a lot in Hollywood, and 2, it's pushed a lot by false prophets. Because, of course, what do false prophets always say? They always say, the rapture is happening in so-and-so time. But, of course, that only works if you believe in the pre-tribulation. Because if you believe in the post-tribulation, you would have to say that the rapture can only happen after all this other stuff has happened first, after the Antichrist and all that. So that's that distinction. But regarding premillennialism, so post-millennialism would say that the tribulation is not a literal Antichrist and all that kind of stuff. Instead, the tribulation described in the Bible represents the types of things that will be happening to Christians throughout, the early years of the church or whatever. And that's also why it's called preterism. So basically the idea that this is referring to stuff that has already happened, hence pre, as in before. And post-millennialism. So yeah, basically it says that there will be this tribulation, and that tribulation will just be all sorts of different people. So we talk about different types of Antichrist. People talk about Julian the Apostate being a type of Antichrist. Antiochus is a type of Antichrist. Various popes would be types of Antichrist and stuff like that. And you could even say the old Adolf in charge of Germany was maybe a type of Antichrist and stuff like that. But the point is, there will not be a literal tribulation with the Antichrist that as the singular individual who's I'm going to do this, all these specific things. It says like, no, this is just a, type of person. And then eventually there will be a point where Christianity wins out. And the millennium will refer not to a literal reign of Christ, but a 1,000-year period where Christianity will be the dominant religion of society. And this is something that Christian nationalists in particular believe in. Essentially this idea that we can get to a point where we have a Christian godly society before Jesus Christ returns. And the idea, it's almost like you can think of it in terms of then the second coming is almost like the reward for us getting our stuff together, essentially. So after 1,000 years of a Christian paradise on earth, that's when Jesus Christ then returns to say, hey, you did it, well done. Which is, I think, a slightly nicer notion. And of course, what I said was post-millennialist if I'm in charge, pre-millennialist if I'm not. And I kind of mean that. I actually genuinely feel like I've got some ideas that can make the country better. And for all I know, maybe I will be in a position at some point to, like influence someone or whatever. And basically, maybe someone will listen to my ideas. And eventually, I mean, certainly not as unlikely as if I wasn't sitting down making YouTube videos. So yeah, someone might hear me make these points and be like, oh, this guy knows what he's talking about. Let's take some of his ideas very seriously. And if that's the case, I'd feel like, well, I'm a Christian. I want to make the world better. Maybe post-millennialism. Maybe I could start the 1,000-year reign of Christian values and ethics reigning supreme. But if not, well, then in that case, I think I'm everyone's last hope. And we're just going to have to buckle down and prepare for the Antichrist. So that's eschatology. Sorry, you asked multiple questions. Theodicy. So my stance on theodicy is essentially, one, I think you kind of have to throw omnipotence out the window a little bit. And two, my general response would be, so theodicy is about how can God allow evil. The other thing is I would stress is that God is a God of order, and therefore most of it can be explained by scientific laws rather than essentially God puts the universe in motion, and then all the evil is mostly just the result of natural progression of the world. I don't think it's God being directly involved in it. Atonement, obviously I've said before, faith alone, all that kind of stuff. Infant baptism, I believe that people should only be baptized when they are, basically, I believe in believers' baptism. Credo baptism, as it's called. Trinitarian philosophy, yeah, Trinity's correct. Ecumenical and interfaith relations, nonsense, basically. I think there's one true religion, or any other attempt to say otherwise is postmodernist. Okay, I'm now ready to address the very last question. If there's one question I have to ask you, do you have many friends who are pro-trans, or at least use trans people's preferred pronouns by matter of course? Because I feel like it's much easier to just go along with it when this is the case. So I have one friend, probably they would have to be called my best friend, who is not pro-trans, but they are very anti J.K. Rowling, and as such they were predisposed to disagree with her because J.K. Rowling is such a neoliberal. She has been very critical of the British left, and for this reason they disliked her. And therefore, when they perceived my gender critical stance to be an expression of agreement with J.K. Rowling, they were like, why are you agreeing with J.K. Rowling? She's awful. But then once it became clear that, I just agree with J.K. Rowling on trans issues, they didn't really care as much. But they still are not, they're basically in the position of, whatever. They don't make pro-trans arguments. I don't know anyone who is pro-trans. Having said that, so yeah, let's see. And they probably would use trans people's preferred pronouns by matter of course, because I think a lot of people just do that because who cares? My wife uses trans people's preferred pronouns, and I sometimes use trans people's preferred pronouns in casual conversation because it is sometimes just easier, Like, if someone looks like a woman, it is sometimes easier to just be like, yep, woman. So I guess the answer is yeah. That wasn't a very good ending, was it? Alright. So it feels ridiculous at the end of this to even include a clip from my Patreon, but the thing is... Wait. I'm going to show a Patreon clip, even though I'm showing a Patreon clip. So here it is. That looks interesting, you can check it out. I mean, let's be honest, like, I'm not ending this the way I would typically end a video. I'm just going to say, alright everyone, bye!